Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Clearwater County Interim Council meeting for July 8, 2025. Reeve Swanson is away today, and I, as Deputy Reeve, will be chairing the meeting. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Access of Information Act and the Protection of Privacy Act. I'll call this meeting to order at 9:01. I have an agenda before us with a couple of changes. Item 4.2, public hearing for Bylaw 25/040 for application 19/25 to amend the land use bylaw has been withdrawn by the landowner. Therefore, item 5.2, consisting of second and third reading for Bylaw 25/040 to amend the land use bylaw, has also been withdrawn. We have an addition to the agenda for item 8.2 under corporate letter from the town of Rocky Mountain House regarding the disposal arena repairs. Are there any other amendments to the agenda? Looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
I would actually like to amend the agenda, if I may,
Okay.
Deputy Reeve. I'd like to add the correspondence that we received from Ochees First Nation.
The what?
The correspondence we received from Ochees First Nation.
So that will be 8.3.
Yes, if it pleases the chair.
Sure.
And then I would move to adopt as amended.
8.3 letter from Ochees. All in favor? Okay, so we will start with 4.1. I call the meeting to order at 9:02. Oh, we need to do the minutes to the meeting, don't we? Did everybody get a chance to read the minutes to the last meeting? Was there any changes? Can I have a motion to adopt as the minutes as presented? Councillor Radcliffe? All in favor? And that is passed. So then moving on to 4.1, and I will call this meeting to order at 9:03. And now I will do some explanation of the process. During this public hearing, members of the public may participate both in person and by virtual attendance online. We ask that you be patient with us as this process has taken longer than our past processes as we work through any technical difficulties. During the hearing, if you are attending online, we will inform you when it is your turn to speak, whether in favor or opposed to the application. Participants wishing to speak will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to speak, with a 1-minute warning before your time is up. If you're watching the hearing on the Council YouTube channel, it is best you mute your YouTube and listen via the online meeting, as there is a 30-second delay on the channel. If you are participating via the online meeting or via telephone and somehow get connected, please rejoin the meeting with the link provided or call back with a number that was provided, and we will add you back into the meeting. First, I will outline the process to be used. A, everyone present will register. B, all persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. C, every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. E, if a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. F, no outside recording devices will be permitted. G, we ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode. H, break within the hearings will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to online the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then, anyone who is present in person and whomever is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. After that, we will go online to ask if anyone participating virtually would like to speak in favor of the application. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application, first for in-person participants and then online participations. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues risen previously. Before I turn it over to the staff for the background report, we will take a moment to do introductions, starting with to my right.
Excellent. Thank you, Jenny Malhoff, the Councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4, Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5, Councillor.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Mike Burton, Administrative Assistant.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
And you are?
I'm Katrina Klotz with, my company is Baseline Land with the application.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, to start off, Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner, will outline the background of the application. I will turn it over to you, Dustin.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Cermak. Good morning, Council. Baseline Land currently holds title to the Southwest 437-4 west of the 5th, containing 155.01 acres of land. The subject land is located 14.5 kilometers or 9 miles northeast of the hamlet of Caroline. Katrina Klotz has made application on behalf of the company to redesignate 7 acres located in the northwest portion of the quarter section from Agriculture District A to Country Residence Agriculture District CRA. The remaining 148.01 acres of the quarter section would remain under the Agriculture District. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will then proceed with a subdivision process to create separate title to the 7-acre CRA parcel. The proposed developed 7-acre CRA parcel is described as being heavily treed and having a rolling topography that contains a residence. The applicants have indicated that the existing services include a water well, open discharge septic system, and access to the proposed parcel can be obtained from an existing access off Range Road 4-4 adjacent to the west property boundary. The balance of the quarter section is described as slightly rolling, moderately treed or heavily treed land. There is an undeveloped subdivision taken out of the west central portion of the quarter, and access to the remainder of the quarter can also be obtained from Range Road 4-4. Surrounding land uses in the area are predominantly agricultural with a few residential parcels, and one crown quarter section directly to the north. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the landowner is present to speak to the proposal. When it comes to planning direction and considerations, I know you guys are all very familiar with the MDP and the land use bylaw. I don't think there's anything that I necessarily need to focus on this, so I'll go right into policy considerations. The proposed redesignation is to allow for the creation of a 7-acre residential parcel in the northwest portion of the quarter section. Legal and physical access exists for both the proposed parcel and the balance. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area, as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would align with the MDP policy 10.2.2. At the regular council meeting held on May 27th, council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 25-038. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to Bylaw 25-038. Thank you.
Thank you, Dustin. Okay, at this time, does council have any questions for the development officer? Looking like none. Dustin, was there any comments received from referral agencies?
Yes, there was. So Alberta Health Services sent in their comment. They didn't have really any concerns regarding the proposed parcel. They did indicate that to meet proper Alberta Health Services health and environment guidelines, that the following setbacks be met, and those setbacks are fairly standard, and they'd be included with the subdivision notes. Blue Mountain Power Co-op, incorporated as Rocky REA, has no objection. Blue Mountain Power Co-op is the member-owned not-for-profit wire distribution service provider for the area. Fortis Alberta had no concerns with the subdivision and redesignation. Clearwater County Assessment, if approved, the assessment department would like to advise the applicant that the assessment for the subdivision will change from residential and farmland to only residential land and improvements. Public Works Operations had no concerns with the land use amendment. The existing approaches into the proposed parcel and the remainder of the quarter section meet the county standard. Public Works Infrastructure, the existing road access meets county standard, and no construction is required. Road widening will be requested for the subdivision application. This, however, has been previously taken with a previous subdivision off of that quarter. HWN Energy is the licensee and operator of the actively operating sweet natural gas pipeline, which runs north-south through the approximately the center of the proposed subdivision parcel. The pipeline was installed in 2003, further to the covenants and conditions of the attached governing agreement. While HWN does not object to the application, for safety of all parties, HWN would need to consent to the application, is conditional and contingent upon the strict adherence by all parties of their executors, administrators, and successors, and assigns the occupants, employees, agents, servants, contractors, or subcontractors to covenants of the conditions attached to the governing agreement, the development setbacks as mandated by the Alberta Energy Regulator, the requirement to have the pipeline located prior to any proposed development work, the requirement to obtain consent from HWN prior to any proposed development work. And that is the end of their comments. Paramount Resources has no concerns with the proposed application. TELUS had no objection or concerns. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on June 18th. MPC recommends that Council favorably consider granting a second and third reading to the land use amendment application. MPC recommends the following reasons for their decision. It meets the policies and the land use. Thank you.
Thank you, Dustin. At this time, I will invite the applicant to speak to the proposal, to add any comments in support of their request, and to respond to the agency's comments.
Yeah, this parcel we just felt would increase the availability of affordable acreage living for within the county. There's not a lot of availability of this type of parcel, so young families or even retired people that would like this kind of a country residential with maybe having a horse or some animals. Just feel like it would be adding to the to a need that exists within the county for that kind of residential development.
Okay, thank you. So anyone in favor of the application is invited to speak at this time. We invite comments from any member of the public who is in attendance in person at the meeting and wish to speak in favor of the application. I see no one coming forward. We invite comments from any member of the public who are in attendance virtually and wishing to speak in favor of the application. Non-registered. Non-registered. Was there any written submissions in favor of the request, Mr. Bisson?
No written submissions were received.
Okay. Anyone opposed to is invited to speak. We invite comments from any member of the public who is in attendance in person at the meeting and wishing to speak in opposition to the application. I see no one's coming forward. We invite comments from any member of the public who are in attendance virtually and wishing to speak in opposition of the application.
None registered.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will invite the applicant to present some final remarks if you wish.
I don't
You're
really have
all
anything
good?
to add. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will close the hearing and no motions are entertained at this time. As per the amendment to the county agenda that was adopted this morning in public hearing, do we need to go into the consideration of the second and third reading now? Yes? Okay. We should go to 5.1. Where is my notes for 5.1? Mr. Bisson?
All right, for item 5.1, just before I move into item 5.1, I just wanted to note that for the public hearing, no comments were received from anyone opposed to the application.
Okay.
Item 5.1, the purpose of bylaw 25-038 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw 714-01 to redesignate 7 acres of the Southwest 37-4 from Ag District to Country Residence Agricultural. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowner will proceed with the subdivision process to subdivide the redesignated lands from the remainder of the quarter section to create a developed 7-acre CRA parcel. Please refer to the documents attached to the agenda item for the public hearing for further details. At the regular council meeting held on May 27th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25-038. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were received from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to bylaw 25-038. Thank you.
So at this time, do we have any people, any council wishing to ask any questions of the development officer? I see none. So we're looking for a motion for second reading. Councillor Lougheed.
Deputy Reeve Cermak, based on what we've heard this morning and the recommendations from the MPC, I would be pleased to make a motion for second reading.
We will accept that. We will vote on the second, on the reading of the second, on that motion. All in favor? Opposed? Now we are looking for her third reading. Motion for third reading. Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Yeah, this is quite straightforward. I would be pleased to move that council grant third reading to bylaw 25/038.
Thank you, Councillor Radcliffe. And so we will proceed to vote on that. All in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Northcott.
Maybe administration, I know Councillor Gibson wasn't present for the development of the 2023 municipal development plan, but I was just wondering if there's lots of, often a lot of effort put into public engagement and surveys and stuff like that. I was just wondering if administration wouldn't mind providing the information for the 2023 MDP regarding section 10.2.2, which allows for more than 2 titles per quarter section of land, and I was just wondering if administration had that handy, just to provide that with to Councillor Gibson, maybe.
There was a lot of consultation done during the 2023 MDP. Council heard from many across Clearwater County. There were some that were in support of the proposed idea, and there was certainly a very large contingent that were opposed to policy 10.2.2. However, council did adopt the MDP with the policy as it's presented in this document, or in this proposal.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
We'll follow up.
I won't be supporting the motion. There was 345 respondents. 78% of the respondents were opposed to the third title out of a quarter section of land. And I was, according to this aerial photo, I don't know how old it is, but it looks like neither one of them truly have a developed yard site on them, and both appear to be, other than the little digital icon that was placed on there, they both look like bare parcels. So, but for those reasons, I won't be supporting this motion.
Okay.
I can speak to the site. The site has been developed. Sorry.
Please,
Yeah.
go ahead.
The site has been developed since the air photos were taken which I believe was done in late 2022 or 2023. So it is a developed site, Councillor Northcott.
Thank you. Are you okay, Counselor? Thank you. Okay, for the third reading, motion is on the floor. All those in favor? And opposed? And that motion is passed. Okay, we will proceed to item 4.2. And that's at 9:15. Sorry, we're a little bit late. But 4.2 is being canceled, so we will be going to 4.3. And we can't until 10 o'clock.
Until 10. So.
Do we want to take a short break until 10 o'clock, or do we want to start a little bit early?
We can probably move on to 5.5, Deputy Reeve,
5.5?
because it doesn't have a timestamp and the applicants are here.
Okay, 5.5 we can go to. Consider the draft of the Rutherford outline plan in consideration of second and third reading of bylaw 25-003, application number 26-24 to amend the land use bylaw. And I will turn that over to Dustin Beston again.
All right, thank you, Deputy Reeve Cermak. So Heather Rutherford currently holds title to the northeast 10, part of the northeast 10, 36-7, west of the 5th, containing 76.61 acres of land. The subject land is designated Agriculture District A, and the subject property is located approximately 12 kilometers or 7.5 miles west of the village of Caroline. The applicant, Bob Hegsma of High Country Surveys, has made the application on behalf of the landowners to redesignate 20.15 acres of land located in the northwest portion of the subject property from Agriculture District A to Country Residence District CR. The applicant has applied for an additional 2.22 acres located in the northwest portion of the subject property to be redesignated from Agriculture District A to Institutional District P, for that land to be dedicated as municipal reserve land. The remaining 54.26 acres of the subject lands would remain under the Agriculture District. The purpose of bylaw 25-005 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowners will proceed with the subdivision process to subdivide the redesignated lands into 6 CR parcels and 1 municipal reserve lot to create a traditional multi-lot residential subdivision. Please refer to the documents attached to the agenda for additional information. At the regular council meeting held on January 14th, 2025, council reviewed the draft Rutherford outline plan and gave first reading to bylaw 25-005. Following first reading, a public hearing was held for adjacent landowners and agencies to provide their comments on the proposed outline plan and land use amendment on March 25th, 2025. The following comments were received from agencies. Blue Mountain Power Co-op indicated that they will require a utility right-of-way for the proposed subdivisions and the land use amendment. The overhead power lines on the property will only be servicing the proposed subdivision. The existing parcel will require a utility right-of-way. As such, Blue Mountain Power Co-op requires a utility right-of-way from the owner of the existing parcel. And they can contact Blue Mountain Power Co-op to meet that requirement. Blue Mountain Power Co-op is the member-owned wire, not-for-profit wire distributor in the area. Rocky Gas Co-op had no concerns or objections. Please note that if either parcel is presently served by a secondary natural gas service and it becomes its own entity, a new service contract will be requested. If the outline plan and land use amendment is approved for the redesignation of 20.15 acres of the Northeast 1036-7, from ag to CR. And secondly, if the municipal reserve lot is approved to be created. Clearwater County Public Works, the existing approach is legal single approach. If they want the service road to come off that approach for the other subdivisions, it would have to be widened to a joint approach. Public Works Infrastructure have no objection. Clearwater County Assessment Department, assessment has no concerns. The property is currently assessed as residential and will continue to be assessed as residential if the proposed subdivision is successful. Clearwater Regional Fire, on the review of the above referenced land use amendment within the fire SCO scope and Clearwater Regional Fire Service response perspective, Fire has identified the following concerns with the proposed land use amendment for a multi-lot residential subdivision. The proposed new lots are exposed to continuous coniferous fuel and are situated uphill and downwind of prevailing winds of this fuel, and so would be at much greater risk than the existing subdivision lots to wildfire exposure. Even a new fire start in the area would have potential for rapid growth and intense fire behavior on reaching the proposed lots due to the steep upslope, the southern exposure of the slope, apparent density in coniferous fuels, common west winds. It is the recommendation of Fire that with the objective of preserving an increased wildfire threat to homes in the county in mind, Fire and SCO recommends that the proposed new development adhere to home fire smart principles. Fire smart principles should be strongly encouraged to future residents, and educational resources should be provided to future and current residences in the development. Consistent with this, specific conditions for the approval of these new lots may be considered, such as requiring structures or homes to be located within the northern halves of the proposed lots to maintain a separation distance between the structures and continuous wildland fuels, or a wildland fuel management requirement such as strategic thinning or fire breaking to the south prior to the new lots being sold or development permits for residential structures being approved. Alberta Transportation acknowledged that they had received the referral package. Transportation and Economic Corridors provided the following comments. Pursuant to Section 618.3 of the Municipal Government Act, the department expects that the municipality will comply with any applicable items related to the provincial highways in the ALSA plan, if applicable. Pursuant to Section 618.4 of the Municipal Government Act, the department expects that the municipality would mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by developments approved on the local road connections to the highway system in accordance with Policy 7 of the provincial land use policies. Alberta Health Services had reviewed the referral application. The outline plan does not include details on the intended plans for drinking water and septic services within the development based on the provided information. Moving to the Municipal Planning Commission, MPC reviewed the application on December 18th, 2024, recommended that Council favorably considers granting second and third readings to the Land Use Amendment 26-24. MPC provided the following decisions. The proposal meets policy. The following comments were received from adjacent landowners. Barry Langendoon is a neighboring landowner and wanted to speak about the following concerns with increased traffic. Reduced speed limit was suggested. Water sewer impact study. Mr. Langendoon acknowledged that this is being addressed and that the land is in a flood zone, and we would not want to see insurance rates increase or home values decrease should the extra lots result in the need for bridge improvements. Would there then be an increased property tax? Rock Borger stepped forward and noted that he was a homeowner on Clearwater Heights Drive and discussed the flood of 2004 and the devastation that occurred. Mr. Borger recommended that the most comprehensive flood plain analysis would be worthy of investment of the time, knowing development lots in the floodplain can put future homes at risk. Environmental concerns include the washing away of septic into the James River, disturbing the ecosystem and natural habitat. Mike Christie, a neighboring landowner, spoke to the application which supports the land with others who may want to enjoy being a landowner in the area, and he would like to see more development in the area. He also stated that this may raise property values in the area. No written submissions were received in favor. There was one letter from an adjacent landowner, Vern Crawford, with the recommendation that the proposed subdivision include provisions for a public access footpath right-of-way to allow access to the from the proposed subdivision to the Crown land leading to the Clearwater River. During the public hearing, council requested the following additional information be prepared prior to them adopting the outline plan and granting second and third reading. A water supply study addressing domestic use and fire supply, a wastewater servicing study, a stormwater management plan, a hydrology report that determines flood hazard of the proposed parcels, and a fire smart plan. It was advised that Clearwater County would not be able to proceed with the adoption of the proposed outline plan or the land use amendment application until county administration had received and were satisfied with the additional information. The applicants have provided these studies to the satisfaction of administration. The studies can be summarized as follows. The Fire Smart Plan. On April 2nd, 2025, the developers and surveyor met on site with Deputy Fire Chief Michael Vanderbeeren. After inspecting the proposed development area, he recommended that the lots along the bench be extended southerly to allow for a 30-meter setback from any future development to the south property line. He advised the developers in a letter dated April 7th, attached. This is to allow individual lot owners to manage the vegetation on their own lots to acceptable levels. Due to the amended lot dimensions, it should be noted that the overall area be redesignated from agriculture district. Redesignated from agriculture to CR, which would be increased by 1.42 acres from 20.15 acres to 21.57 acres. The proposed land to be redesignated from ag to institutional has also been increased slightly from 2.22 acres to 2.42 acres. I would also like to note that the proposed lots 4, 5, 6, and 7 now exceed the maximum lot size outline in the CR land use district. The intent of those lots are still to be used for country residents, which is intended to be regulate traditional country residential parcels, while not permitting any agricultural uses. Additionally, the expanded area is not intended for development, but for the management of the treat area to meet the Fire Smart standards. All structures will be required to meet the setback from the top of the bench. I just looked to council for there was additional information in the package as far as the studies that were provided. Has council had ample opportunity to review those studies, or would you like me to go over the summaries on those?
I see that it looks like everybody it's fine.
Okay.
They read it over.
All right. So then, moving on to the recommendations, upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, along with the additional studies that have been provided by the applicant. Council will consider the adoption of the amended draft outline plan with the attached addendum. Should council approve the outline plan, it would be appropriate for council to consider granting second and third reading of the amended land use bylaw 25-005. Thank you.
Thank you, Dustin. I kind of messed up a little bit here. We should have done an introduction before we got started, so we'll do it now. Jen?
Welcome, great to see you both again. Well, all three, not just both of you. Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning again. Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 councillor.
Welcome back, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Ward 5.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Mike Burden, Administrative Assistant.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Morning, Heather Rutherford. Welcome to see you all again.
Morning, Rory Rutherford. Good morning, Bob Hagsma, applicant.
Thank you, everyone. Does council have any questions for the development officer? Yes, Councillor Gibson?
Can you explain to me why this isn't country residential instead of institution?
So I believe you're speaking to the portion that's located in the northwest portion of the area to be subdivided into lots. So in administration's opinion, it made more sense to redesignate that chunk of land to institutional to be set aside for municipal reserve land use than it did to designate for CR, as CR means that it can be developed for residential use.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. I actually have a question for the applicant. And it's just a simple thing. Under point 5 in the outline plan, the water supply study, it says that the flow shows 50 gallons per minute at 80 feet and then 12 at 118. Is that a typo? And if there's a missing digit, it should be more than 12, but should be 1.
No, Councillor Ratcliffe, that report did show only 12 gallons per minute on that particular well.
Okay.
There are 3 wells listed here, of course. Hey? So the first well is 80 feet deep, the second one is 118 feet deep, and the last one is 120 feet deep. And yeah, I was a little puzzled with that too, but sometimes when these guys do their flow rates, they underreport what it is. Just so I really can't speak to that because I'm not a water well driller, but yeah, I kind of looked at that, but thought, you know, even 12 gallons per minute is decent. But with the 50 and the 135, it made me, it assuaged any fears I might have had that there wasn't available potable water.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Malcolm?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. With the suggestions from the SEO and from Banner, the flood study, will administration and or municipal planning commission, depending on where the application ends up going, if this goes through, will that be conditions within those development permits? Or do we need to be putting them into motions here today if we are to move forward? I just want to make sure that all of those are actually fully considered and then fully implemented when a development permit is issued, so that they don't get lost in and amongst moving from this stage to the next stage should the readings be granted today.
Great question, Councillor Melhoff. So it is the recommendation that from Fire that the overall size of the multi-lot subdivision, the area to be redesignated to country residents, be increased by 1.42 acres, so to a total of 21.57 acres, and the institutional area for the municipal reserve be increased to 2.42 acres. So that motion would have to be an amendment to the proposed bylaw that's before you. Everything else would be dealt with at the subdivision stage pertaining to fire smart principles.
Supplementary?
Sure, go right
And
ahead.
at subdivision and/or development stage, is that when you can potentially look at fire ponds like we have in many of our other multi-lot subdivisions, where there is the ability then to have water access for fire suppression services? Developers typically are the ones that end up building those, if they are required. Is that a development stage issue, or is that something we need to address now?
It certainly could be something that could be addressed now in the, especially in the outline plan, identifying an area for a fire pond, if council deems that it's required. Based on the comments from Regional Fire, it didn't seem that it's something that was necessary. So I would argue that it's probably not required at this point.
I just wanted to make sure that I brought it up, because it was something that was brought up at the public hearing, so I wanted to make sure that we answered that question.
Absolutely.
So I appreciate that. I would also make the motion for second reading with the proposed amendment requirements as you presented.
And would that include the outline plan too?
For outline plan.
Is that a second reading to the outline plan? Okay.
So that would encompass,
Proposed amendments.
okay. Is everybody clear on the motion that is forward? We could have it read again.
That I
Go
would be
ahead.
moving for second reading of the outline plan with the amendments that were proposed.
For second reading.
Yeah.
Okay? All those in favor? Or, sorry, Jordan Northcott.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve.
Councillor Northcott.
Thank you. No, just to provide some information for council, I have received phone calls from many residents not desiring residential parcels to be developed here. Also, I've personally seen this area historically, and it has had mass flooding, so in my opinion, this area is not a proper location for residential development due to the high risk of natural disasters that could take place there. So I will not be supporting this motion, and I just wanted to provide that information to council as well.
Thank you. Councillor Maloff?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve, and thank you, Councillor Northcott. So are you saying that Banner, I think it says environmental, that their study and therefore conclusions or recommendations are not accurately depicting what this landscape does? Because they are not in line necessarily with what you were saying.
Councillor Northcott?
I'd have to say I'd agree with that statement, because I've literally visually seen that in a time when during a mass flood, so I've personally seen it myself.
Supplementary?
Yes, go ahead.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. One of my issues is that this is currently zoned agriculture, which also isn't appropriate because it's not being farmed. So getting a farm benefit on an area that's not being farmed is also not appropriate. So what would your recommendation be then for the fact the land is currently zoned agriculture and therefore getting an agricultural benefit when it's not being farmed?
Councillor Northcott?
Yeah, I would just like to know, where would you like to go?
I think that's a bigger topic discussion, so I guess what you're saying is maybe the rest of the residents, everybody that has maybe a little piece of forested area on their property, you would like that to not be zoned agricultural and across the whole municipality, so I think it's a bigger discussion. I would not support that, but.
I think we're getting a little bit off topic from what the motion is set out here. Sorry. Councillor Radcliffe?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. I had the opportunity to tour this site with MPC. I see no signs of recent flooding of dead trees, and the only information we have is what the engineers have provided, the applicant has provided. This appears to be an addition to what is already a very pleasant community, and so I will be supporting the motion.
Okay, the motion is on the floor. Councillor Northcott?
My apologies. I'd just like to request a recorded vote.
Okay, can we have a recorded vote, please? And let's move into the vote for second reading with the amendments and the outline plan. All those in favor? Those opposed? So recorded. And that motion is passed. Now we are looking for a motion for third reading. Oh, Miss Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. I would so move third reading.
Okay, motion on the floor for third reading. Councillor Northcott?
I don't know, just for the reasons I'd listed previously for the high risk of natural disaster that's prone to be in that area, I request a recorded vote and I will not be supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is forward. Everybody's clear on the motion. All those in favor of reading 3? Opposed? So recorded. That motion is passed. Thank you for coming. Mr. Bisson?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Sir Mac, I believe that those two motions were just for the outline plan. We do need two motions for second and third reading for the land use amendment, which is required to be amended as well.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I don't have my stuff in front of me here. Okay, so Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve, or Deputy Reeve, sorry. Just confirming this, the same amendments as proposed for the larger size parcels to ensure that the concerns of the different studies that were done are fully addressed within the outline plan.
That's, yeah.
I will make that motion with amendments for second reading.
There's a motion on the floor for second reading. Councillor Northcott.
Requesting a recorded vote again.
Okay, recorded vote, please. And all those in favor of the motion on the floor, second reading? Opposed? So recorded, motion passed. Now we're looking for a motion for third reading. Councillor Radcliffe?
I so move.
You move for
Third reading.
For third reading. Councillor Northcott?
I've already made my statements previously. Again, I won't be supporting the motion, but again, I'd like to request a recorded vote for third
Okay,
reading.
thank you. A recorded vote will happen. And the motion is on the floor. All those in favor? Opposed? So recorded. That motion is passed. Thank you for coming. Thank you for, Bob, would like to say something on closing?
Please, in closing, I'd like to thank council for, and staff, of course, for working with us through this outline plan. It's the first one that has been done, I believe, in a number of years. And it was an interesting process for us, coming back with these additional items that we addressed. I guess I must have done a pretty good job on it because nobody asked us to speak to them. But, and Councillor Melhoff, you know, through the work you do, you're quite interested in it on top of fire prevention and firefighting and that. And I'd just like to mention that the Rutherfords do have a pond that I never did show on any of these drawings to the south of the development, and I'm guessing it's maybe 100, maybe 120 yards south of the south boundary of these. It's made by damming up a little ephemeral stream, eh? And so that's possibly one use, and the other, of course, is the creek that goes by. The other thing that I don't know if council kind of gleaned from Banner's report, but Banner actually did 2 studies, one on the Clearwater and the other on Alfred. Yeah, and And in neither case would there be flooding on much of the developed or proposed developed area.
Okay,
But
well,
yeah, I'd like to thank council again, and the developers would as well.
thank you, and
And,
thank you for complimenting the administration and our MPC people for doing a great job. Thank you, Bob.
You're welcome.
Councillor Rahi.
And I would like to thank you for the feedback as well on the process. We always wanted, we know how important freedom is for people within our community. And the intent was to create a process that people could embrace to be able to use their land the way they see fit and give people those freedoms. So I appreciate your feedback.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Oh, would you like to talk, Ms. Rutherford?
No, I didn't know. I'd just like to thank Dustin for walking us through, because as a person that doesn't do this all the time, it is a huge undertaking. There's, subsection this, and I would have never been able to wade through without your guidance, 4 times I've been here now, Bob, and for Dustin, because when I'm doing the panic, because I don't understand anything, they've calmed me down, they've explained to me what a Fire Smart program is, what a wastewater is, because I don't understand a lot of this. Most of you have lived here. I'm learning as we go, and as I keep saying, I'm gonna live here. I'm gonna live way down on the far side, and I want it safe for everybody, and I want everyone just to have a great experience like I have when I moved to Alberta. Thanks.
Thank you. We appreciate
for
the
your
good
time.
word to our administration, and I'm sure they appreciate it too. Thank you for your time. And at this time, it is 5 minutes to 10. Let's take a 5-minute bio break and come back at 10 o'clock for Bylaw 25-046. Are you ready, Christine?
Yes.
Okay. Hello again. After a short break, we will be going into a public hearing, Bylaw 25-04, Whitegoat Lake Node Area Structure Plan. I will call this meeting to order at 10:04. During the public hearing, members of the public may participate both in person and by virtual attendance online. We ask that you be patient with us as this process will take longer than our past process as we work through any technical difficulties. During the hearing, if you are attending online, we will inform you when it is your turn to speak, whether in favor or opposed to the application. Participants wishing to speak will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to speak with a 1-minute warning before your time is up. If you're watching the hearing on the council YouTube channel, it is best for you to mute YouTube and listen via the online meeting, as there is a 30-second delay on the channel. If you are participating via the online meeting or via telephone and somehow get disconnected, please rejoin the meeting and the link provided, or call back the number that was provided, and we will add you back into the meeting. And at this time, I want to inform anybody that is going to speak must be registered before you will be allowed to speak. Firstly, I will outline the process to be used. A, everyone present shall register. J, all persons wishing to speak will be recognized by the chair. K, every presenter, when told it is their turn, may identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. N, no outside recording devices will be permitted. O, we ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode. And P, breaks within the hearing will be called by the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicants will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present in person and whoever is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. After that, we will go online to ask if any participating virtually would like to speak in favor of the application. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. First for an in-person participation and then to online participants. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. Before I turn it over to the staff for the background report, we will take a moment to do introductions, starting with Councillor Melhoff.
Excellent, thank you, Deputy Reeve. Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, the councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Darrell Heath, councillor for Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 councillor.
Good morning, Neil Radcliffe, Ward 5 councillor.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, councillor.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Good morning, Mike Burden, Administrative Assistant.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Christine Heggert. I'm the Director of Planning and Emergency Services.
Good morning, Bill Shaw, Planning Advisor to Clearwater County.
Good morning, I'm Stephen Shenfield. I'm representing the province and the manager for the Bighorn Edmonton District.
Thank you, everyone. To start off, Christine Hagerman, Director of Planning and Emergency Services, will outline the background of the application.
Good morning, Deputy Reeve Cermak and members of council. Before I get started, I'll just note council's obviously been well briefed and previously with the first reading, but we'll probably have a little redundancy. We'll go through some of that same information again. Just we do have quite a few people here for the public hearing, so just wanted to provide that background verbally. So as council will recall, there is a significant history on the establishment of all 5 development nodes, spanning back well over 3 decades, starting with the province's inception of the David Thompson Corridor Local Integrated Resource Plan, which was a plan created in 1992. And that plan was intended for the management and use of public resources along the Highway 11 corridor. And within that 1992 plan, directions included identifying those 5 development nodes in order to facilitate tourism development. So fast forward a decade or so, in 2006, the province and Clearwater County signed an MOU, or a Memorandum of Understanding, regarding some of the principles and process for development approval within that 5 corridor development nodes. The 5 principles within that MOU were to promote sustainable development and disposition of public land within these nodes in conjunction with sound environmental and land use practices and in consultation with the appropriate government and public stakeholders. 2, to promote orderly planning of lands within the development nodes. 3, determine one window review for tourism-related applications within the nodes. 4, as a partnership that neither the province or the county is expected nor bound by investment expenditures, and neither partner can commit the other to any kind of expenditures related to the MOU. And 5, to create and agree to land development process guidelines. Again, fast forward another decade and a half. In 2022, we started conversations again with the province, as the province had advised us at that time that an area structure plan would be required to guide the development approval process before any further conversations could happen in terms of how that development could occur. And those ASPs, as a kind of overarching concept documents, are intended to provide for and encourage the development of use of resources within and around the nodes for commercial recreation and tourism enjoyment. 2, to cluster development to take advantage of development efficiencies, provision of roads, utilities, and to share amenities. 3, to conserve the natural environment while providing for commercial recreation and tourism development and use. And 4, to maintain the functional integrity of the David Thompson Highway 11 corridor. So the ASP before you in this agenda item is the first of 2. So Bylaw 25046, which is related to the Whitegoat Lakes Node Area Structure Plan. And that area structure plan aligns with the Municipal Development Plan Section 8.2.7, which states, in recognizing the David Thompson development nodes as special areas for recreation and tourism development, Clearwater County shall, ... undertake required plans for the use and conservation of lands and resources in each of the nodes in accordance with the David Thompson Corridor Local Integrated Resource Plan, that 1992 plan I mentioned earlier. And all the other related municipal development plan and land use bylaw clauses related to the development nodes specifically are actually noted within the council agenda item proper. And wondering if council wishes me to read all of those clauses aloud for council's purview for the public hearing to read them in, or whether you're good with them being included in the agenda item.
What does council feel? Are we okay to go ahead, or would you like them read out?
I'm okay with reading them.
Okay, yeah. Reading them aloud?
Sure.
Sure. Could I get you to scroll to that section of the agenda item? Thanks. Oh, you passed it, go back up, yeah, there. So policy 4.2.7, West Country, Clearwater County shall, and that's the municipal development plan, apologies. West Country, Clearwater County shall continue to reflect the county's interest in land, use, and resource development in the West Country by participating in the provincial integrated resource plan process, including where the provisions of existing plans require review, and assisting the province in identifying areas where new plans are required. And remaining involved in provincial approval processes by commenting on referrals regarding proposed leases and dispositions involving the development of land. MDP Policy 4.2.8, while not limited to the following, Clearwater County's interests in the management of lands and resources in the West Country include managing for multiple uses, maintaining high-quality watershed conditions, conserving natural beauty, conserving ecosystems, encouraging managing responsible public access, and providing a variety of recreational experiences. MDP Policy 4.2.9 states Clearwater County is the development authority on Crown Land Green Area as shown in Figure 2, and therefore development in these areas shall comply with the county's municipal development plan and applicable county policies. MDP Policy 7.2.28 Tourism heading, Clearwater County encourages tourism land uses to locate in the county and may accommodate appropriate tourism in land uses in suitable locations. These locations include, but are not limited to, A, tourism development in the nodes along the David Thompson Highway. MDP Policy 8.2.7, David Thompson Development Nodes. That's the one I believe I just read out for council, but I'll read it again. Recreation and tourism. In recognizing David Thompson Development Nodes as special areas for recreation and tourism development, Clearwater County shall undertake required plans for the use and conservation of lands and resources in each of the nodes in accordance with the David Thompson Corridor Local Integrated Resource Plan, 1992, and B, prepare more detailed plans for portions of each node to further define land use development to accommodate recreation, tourism activities, as well as other compatible land uses in accordance with that same plan. Goals, 14.1 of the MDP states MDP is most effective when implemented judiciously with consistency. A variety of short and long-term actions are required in order for the plan to be successfully implemented. The purpose of this section is to identify mechanisms that will facilitate the transition of MDP policies into tangible results on the ground, thus promoting the achievement of the community vision for Clearwater County. Policy 14.1.1 of the MDP, apply the policies of the MDP in the processes to approve the subdivision development and use of land. 14.1.2, apply the policies of the MDP when collaborating with provincial government, municipalities and other agencies and groups. Policy 14.1.3, communicate to all residents and businesses the predominant rural nature of the values of Clearwater County. Policy 14.1.4, prepare more detailed plans for the area that may be most subject to or sensitive to growth and change. Policy 14.1.5, require an area structure plan or outline plan for larger multi-lot subdivisions and major developments. Lastly, the land use bylaw, 13.4, section 27, Whitegoat Lakes District. That's just the heading off of the land use district for the region, which has been in existence for some time. The purpose of this district is to accommodate and regulate appropriate types of land use and development within Whitegoat Lakes Development Node in accordance with the David Thompson Integrated, Local Integrated Resource Plan and Corridor Development Node's Vision Statement and the Whitegoat Lakes Outline Plan. So those are the policies Clearwater County operates under related to the development nodes. As we did in the introductions, we have some of our friends from the province here with us as well, having worked in partnership with those folks that are with us here from the Lands Division, Parks Division. We also worked with Tourism, Sports and Travel, Alberta, Transportation and Economic Corridors as part of the process of creating this. And I'll let Mr. Shenfield speak to the government's process if he wishes to later on. In order to create these two draft ASPs for the development nodes, this one before you today for this public hearing is the Whitegoat. The draft development node ASP for the Whitegoat as well as the Saunders-Alexo both had considerations and mapping that included legislation and limiting factors such as existing dispositions, protected areas, parks, vacant public lands, along with regulatory requirements, including the need for engagement and consultation with Indigenous groups, local stakeholders, leaseholders, historical resource impact assessments, and some of the constraints that we talked about when we talked about ASPs included some of the random use of public lands and OHV use in the vicinity of those ASPs, as well as lack of utility infrastructure such as water, power, natural gas. And then fast forward to this year, and this is where I said this would be a little redundant. Council's already talked about this a couple times in 2025, but council and the province both took a look at the draft ASPs and the process that we'd undertaken so far, and directed county administration to proceed with public open house meetings to launch those draft forms of the development node ASPs for both Saunders-Alexo and the Whitegoat to the public. And as council is well aware, those stakeholder meetings and public open houses, there was one stakeholder meeting and 4 open houses held in May of 2025 in Nordegg and Rocky Mountain House, and virtually, and was fairly well attended by the public, as well as county staff and government officials and public land staff, Travel Alberta staff, councillors. There's a good group of people, lots of good conversation. And following those open house meetings and stakeholder meetings, administration collected that data that they took from all of the stakeholders that were at the meetings, or anything that was submitted digitally, if they submitted an online form or sent in an email. We collectively kind of combined that into a what we heard report, which is a common terminology for open house and stakeholder meetings that we do. We have a what we heard report that reflects a collection of the feedback received online. And the plan that's presented and was given first reading included some of that feedback, and amendments were made from the draft that came to the open house meeting. So the first reading had some of that initial changing to maps, or some of the textual changes that came from the what administration felt was appropriate to amend in those. And so before you have for that same draft that you would have seen at first reading for public hearing. But before we do that, I'm going to turn it over to Bill Shaw, who was integral to the area structure plan development, as well as I should mention some of the other team that worked on that, which would have included Dustin Bisson, Adrian Clark, and Dawson Connolly as well. And Bill's going to say a few more words before we move further into the public hearing process.
Thank you very much, Deputy Reeve, Cermak, members of council. Just a very quick overview of the planning perspective. Somewhat a little bit redundant, but with some new points that Christine had raised. In 1992, the province approved the David Thompson Corridor Local Integrated Resource Plan. That plan identified 5 nodes along the corridor to increase visitor use by permitting development of compatible accommodation, recreation, and service facilities by both public and private sectors. 2 of those nodes are the Whitegoat Lake and the Saunders-Alexo nodes identified within the corridor plan. I'd like to state that in following the provincial guidelines contained within the local integrated resource plan and followed in a manner consistent with the Clearwater County vision and the policies of the Clearwater County Municipal Development Plan, the area structure plan, the Whitegoat area structure plan, serves to facilitate increased tourist activity, outdoor recreation opportunities, a variety of social opportunities for people to get together in various manners, environmental and heritage appreciation and education, economic expansion, and as a part of that, job opportunities. It's important to note that while providing for the development of compatible commercial and public facilities and access roads, the Whitegoat Lakes Area Structure Plan dedicates over 80% of that node as natural landscape. As such, the area structure plan is as much a conservation plan as it is a development plan for appropriate development in appropriate locations. The node land use concept identifies suitable locations for the provision of facilities and services and roads, but it does so on a map that is called a concept. And therefore, as it's a concept, it's still flexible. It's not written in stone, but it is flexible, can be changed with various developments that come forward. The concept plan is backed by policies within the plan that help to address the way development is processed and as is required to undertake certain things to do to meet the requirements of the plan. The plan is long overdue, as Christine has pointed out, but it's timely to support county and provincial tourism and development initiatives while being mindful to conserve natural resources, features, and landscapes along the David Thompson Corridor. And if you recall, the plan, the concept plan provides for facilities, cells, amenity sites, natural landscape areas, and roads and trails. So of the development aspects, about less than 20% would be in development. 80% would be as natural conservation within the development nodes. So I guess in closing, what I'd like to do is the county planning team acknowledges the input and support of the province, the provincial, various provincial government departments, and Travel Alberta in the preparation and fine tuning of the plan. Really was a teamwork in going forward. It's as much a provincial plan as a county plan, and it's as much a tourism action plan as it is a land use development plan. So it's been an honor to serve in this manner for Clearwater County, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, Bill. That was pretty good. Christine, do you have any other comments, or are you good for now?
No, I'm good for comments from administrative perspective.
Okay.
And I don't know, Stephen, do you want to speak now or at the end when after we've heard comments from the public?
We'll just provide a couple comments now and at the end. So good morning, Deputy Reeves, Cermak, and Council, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. And I have to say this is a good example of the province and municipality working together. I know that when we aren't pulling in the same direction, sometimes we can have competing objectives. So I think this is a really good plan to show how we can work together to ensure that both the municipal legislation is being followed as well as the provincial legislation. Just wanted to add that this is very timely, the plan. Last year, the Premier announced that we're trying to grow tourism in the province to 25 billion by 2035. And we've been getting people knocking on the door for decades now. And a lot of it was wait till we have more of a plan there. There have been some minor developments within these nodes, but really, in order to achieve the objective that's been outlined by the Premier for the province of that 25 billion by 2035, we're going to need everybody pulling in the same direction. There's lots of pressure since the plan was developed. I looked at the population of Alberta. It was only about 2.5 million in 1992, and we're about double that now. You look at the amount of people that are touring the West Country, it's not getting less, it's getting more. And by having a plan developed there, we can do it in an organized fashion. Without a plan, what we're left with is first come, first serve. And generally what we find is when we have one development competing over another, we can have competing interests, we can have less utilization of the landscape. So by concentrating in the nodes, and I have to say that the folks in 1992 were well ahead of their time at that particular point in time. By concentrating the development within the nodes, we can ensure that we have an organized fashion for tourism development in the West Country.
Thank you. At this time, I will ask if Council has any questions for the Development Officer. Councillor Melhoff, I can't believe you would have a question.
Right? Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Just in reading the What We Heard report, some of the comments being that we ensure that some of the water setbacks are the same as or greater than the provinces, and typically that's what we strive to. I just want to ensure that that was met within this document as well.
Bill, would you like to
Our
answer
document
that?
basically says 100 meters where possible. Sometimes if something is constrained a little bit by a hill or a steep landscape, there could be some amendments, but we're trying to follow the provincial guidelines at 100 meters.
Excellent, I assume so. I just wanted to make sure I checked just because it was a question in the What We Heard report. Another one being that in sorry, if I may.
Yes,
sorry,
you
thank
may,
you.
go ahead.
In 16.4.1, we struck out other reports that may be needed from time to time. Do we want to strike that out? Should we ensure that we're leaving that open so that we can request other reports if they're needed? Or does that remove our ability to request for other studies, hydrological, water impacts, environmental impacts, et cetera? By striking that out, are we not limiting ourselves?
we're looking at each other.
Yeah, no worries. It's, in my agenda, it's page 130. And it shows 16.4.1 subsection I as other reports that may be needed from time to time as struck out.
The draft copy that went to first reading that I have is dated June the 25th, has as section K, others that may be required from time to time.
In the amendments that were added, it shows it as struck out in 16.4.1.
The version of the council package has the track changes. Is there a clean version in there as well? There's two versions?
It was struck out in Alexo Saunders and Whitegoat, in both.
So that strikeout, we're looking to unstrike it and keep it in there?
Okay, I'm like, I would like to have it on, I don't want us to limit ourselves.
Okay.
Depending on the type of development that's being proposed, we may need other studies and they may be warranted to ensure that any of the concerns from the community are being met and are being addressed by science. So I would like to see that unstruck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was saying that it's showing you that I think that it's removed, but it's not, and it's actually.
Yeah. Do we know what page that is?
I'll let other people ask some questions.
And then she could pull it up.
Is there any other questions from council?
It wasn't actually removed.
112 is the page number.
It's showing it.
No. I think that seems reasonable that should be unstruck. I think it should be in there. I mean, you gotta make sure the air is clean, the water is great, the view's good, nobody's blocking the views and stuff like that. Other studies. Dark skies.
The clean version, the problem with track changes is sometimes they can be confusing. So in the clean version that was part of first reading, in the agenda package on page 112, that clause is still in there as K. And it could have just been being moved around with the renumbering. So I'm not sure why in the track changes it showed being struck, but it looks like it's still in there. So confirming that it's in there.
Okay, thank you.
We were trying to demonstrate what was changed from the original draft that went to the open house to the one that went to first reading. And the clean version is easier to read, obviously, but yeah, apologize for the confusion there.
Yeah. Councillor Malhoff, do you have another question?
I have others, I just was trying, seeing if there was no other.
Nobody else
Okay,
seems.
then I will, if I may, I'll keep going then?
Yeah, you do one in and we'll
Thank
go
you.
to Councillor Northcott.
Sounds good, thank you.
Next one.
I noticed that we had made some size changes as well to some of the day use areas. Was that to accommodate some of the Mackenzie's West requests? Because they had some concerns with their approach being utilized, and I wouldn't want us to infringe on an existing leaseholder if we don't have to. So is that why those changes were made, to accommodate Service Road and ensure there was still enough space?
Basically, yes. What we're trying to do is instead of using their existing service road, is to move it a little bit to the south, so that would have more direct and improved access to their development, while at the same time serving the other two cells in that area. So that's why that change was made.
Perfect, thank you.
Obviously, any physical change would be undertaken with the consultation of Mackenzie West, so.
So that would be to limit more approaches in that same area off number 11 highway then.
Well, that,
Keep it to a
the existing access would be removed and moved a little bit to the south. And again, it's in consultation with Alberta Transportation for distancing between accesses, as well as getting an approved access into Mackenzie Trail.
Yeah. I'm just gonna ask one question. It seems like there's a lot of interested parties involved in this ASP. Like the government has quite a few of their departments involved in it. You are involved in it, we are involved in it. I don't think we should miss too many things here with these amount of heads that are looking at this area structure plan. How many government entities is there really involved in this? I've heard about 5 or 6 now already.
Deputy Reeve Cermak, you're correct. There are, and we received some feedback saying, well, why don't you include this and why don't you include that? Those things often aren't dealt with, in particular at a broader plan like this. But when development applications and an application for a land disposition come forward, then the province and the county deal with those specifics that are shown within the MDP and the land use bylaw. So this isn't a wherewithal plan to every minute detail. It basically is laying out the concepts and the basic policies, and then the particular aspects of development are addressed at a later phase through the province and through the county.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies it a lot for me. Councillor Northcott?
I was just going to say that we're still in the public hearing section, and I do see quite a few residents and citizens that are sitting in the gallery, and I'm interested to hear their points and concerns.
Yep. We will get to them shortly. Any more questions? Okay. Okay, at this time, I'd like to invite the development officer to present any comments received from referral agents. Please.
Sorry, we'll do Dustin first.
Dustin will start.
Dustin will do that.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Cermak. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors offers the following comments. Pursuant to section 618.3 of the MGA, the department expects the municipality will comply with any applicable items related to provincial highways in the ALSA plan. Pursuant to 618.4, Part 1 of the MGA, the department expects the municipality will mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by developments approved on the local road connections to the highway system in accordance with Policy 7 of the provincial land use policies. Transportation and Economic Corridors has the following additional comments and or requirements with respect to this proposal. Transportation and Economic Corridors anticipates a significant impact on Highway 11 from the proposed commercial, recreation, and tourism developments as the area is being developed to identify if and when intersection improvements are needed to accommodate this increase in traffic. Transportation will require traffic impact assessments. The TIA must follow the requirements outlined in the Traffic Impact Assessment Guide. It is recommended that the developer or a consultant contact transportation prior to the start of the traffic impact assessment work to determine the scope of the work, assumptions, and methodology. New highway access points are to be determined in conjunction with transportation. The proposed location must meet the requirements of the access management guidelines in use by transportation and may require sightline reviews and safety review. This may be included in the aforementioned traffic impact assessment. New link trails from the highway are to be determined in conjunction with transportation. Any required upgrades to Highway 11 shall be undertaken at the expense of the developer and shall be designed and constructed in accordance with the TEC specifications and guidelines. All roads outside of Highway 11's right-of-way are to be designed and constructed in accordance with Clearwater County specifications. The ASP area falls within the development control zone of Highway 11. Therefore, roadside development permits are required for any development proposals, including signs. Please contact Transportation with any additional questions or for any additional information. Fortis Alberta has no issues with a bylaw change. Clearwater County Assessment had no concerns pertaining to either ASP. Public Works Operations had no concerns or comments. TransAlta This letter is intended to provide TransAlta Corporation concerns regarding the Whitegoat Lakes Development Node Area Structure Plan. TransAlta does not support the plan in its current form due to the access and safety concerns near TransAlta's Bighorn Hydroelectric Generating Facility. Clearwater County has acknowledged Water Development License 820009 is currently held by TransAlta, but the plan includes development and waterfront access overlapping this restricted area indicated by a setback line on map 4 and map 6 of the Whitegoat Lakes Development Node Area Structure Plan dated June 2025. Further to the proposal recently put forward by Clearwater County, TransAlta, as a water development license holder, wishes to raise the following concerns regarding public safety. The proposed plan includes land controlled by TransAlta. TransAlta's control of the lands plays a critical role in mitigating public safety risk by providing a buffer area that the public would not or should not be entering. It is important that this communication is clear and precise, that there is no access within the setback, and access would mean entering areas with steep cliffs and moving water levels. Any communication that does not make this clear and proactively discourages the perception of direct access leaves the public and TransAlta at risk. The plan includes day use areas, viewpoints, rest stops, and facility cells within the TransAlta setback lands, which further encourages general public to access the water and dangerous landscapes. As Clearwater County may be aware, TransAlta has been proactively taking steps to ensure public safety and prevent injury or death as a result of trespassing occurring on lands controlled by TransAlta, including those that are included in the proposed plan. In summary, TransAlta is opposed to the Whitegoat Lakes Development Node Area Structure Plan as submitted and submits that the plan should not be approved in its current form. TransAlta believes that the current plan will result in increased risk to both the public and TransAlta. TransAlta is requesting that all development along Lake Abraham meet enhanced requirements to ensure uncontrolled access to TransAlta's lands is managed prior to the land development approvals. Thank you, Deputy. There is one additional comment from Alberta Health Services. I believe Manager of Planning, Kim Gillum, is going to speak to that.
Okay.
Morning.
Kim?
We received these comments kind of last minute, so I did a quick review this morning. And I'm just going to give you a summary because it's quite lengthy. Most of it, they are kind of just acknowledging certain policies and agreeing with some of those policies and how we're addressing their concerns. A couple of the things that came up in their comments are regarding policy 15.3.1 ambulance services. With the restructuring of Alberta Health System, EMS is now under Acute Care Alberta, while the Rocky Mountain Health Centre remains under Alberta Health Services directly. So I have a suggestion for that later. And then they've also mentioned that AHS recommends clarification that policy 9.1.2 include the verification that site is suitable for on-site sewage and drinking water. And they mentioned the current ASP does not stipulate the exact type of public washroom facilities or the supply of water. The ASP and the TDZ discovery report mentioned the lack of available accessible groundwater to support new developments in the area. Access to free potable water such as fountains where the public can fill reusable water bottles supports environmentally responsible development by reducing waste from plastic water bottles. They have, sorry, I'm trying to double checking this here. What else is there? There will need to be adequate provision for on-site staff accommodations that are compatible with the proposed commercial development and the particular characteristics and constraints of each development node. And then the provision of staff housing in particular is mentioned as well as permitted in those nodes. And they mentioned that all food provisions, including access to grocery stores, can be found kind of in the Nordegg area or the town of Rocky Mountain House. AHS requests clarification as to the intent of policy 8.5.9 is that all permitted uses under the land use bylaw for the David Thompson Node District would be exempt from development. Just trying to summarize some of the comments here. That's the same. And then they have a search of existing wells registered in the plan area reveal the majority of existing wells are located in the David Thompson Resort. There are also a variety of Government of Alberta owned wells and a number of potential springs. AHS recommends that if these springs are still in operation, that they either be decommissioned or measures to be taken by the developer, county, and province to ensure the signage is posted to notify the public that the water is not suitable for human consumption. And HS defers to Alberta Environment and Protected Areas to comment on the considerations of specifics of obtaining water licenses and development of water systems that utilize any source other than a high-quality groundwater well or cistern, as they are primary regulator for these systems. So that's kind of a summary of some of their concerns. Otherwise, they just kind of agreed with the policies within it. But I did send them to you for reference as well.
Councillor Malhoff, do you have a question?
I do, thank you. Actually, in comment to traffic, Alberta Transportation, as per 618, they are wanting the developer to do any of the upgrades, which is absolutely standard. That's, I recognize that. So it actually might be more of a question for Manager Shenfield. What are they doing then with the leases to make it actually economically viable for these people to upgrade all of the intersections? Because if they're just getting a very short-term lease for them to put millions and millions of dollars as a developer into these upgrades, how are we ensuring it's economically viable for them to build this?
Well, the first part of anything is to have the plan, and what that is the implementation of the plan. So that would come after there too. So those discussions would obviously have to occur, but the first thing the province will ask on anything is like, well, show us your plan. This is the first step. And so I think there's obviously a number of steps to implementation there, and I think those discussions would have to occur post-planning process here, more on the implementation piece.
Excellent, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, I would like to invite the applicant or applicants to speak to the proposal, to add any comments in support of the request, or to respond to the agency's comments. Christine Hagman?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Reeve. As the county is the applicant, as it is an area structure plan we've created, I think we can move on to the next one.
Okay. Anyone in favor? As a chairman, we invite comments from any member of the public who is in attendance in person at the meeting and wishing to speak in favor of the application. Any person in favor? I see no one coming forward. We invite comments from any member of the public who is in attendance virtually and wishing to speak in favor of the application.
So we do have 2 members of the public in attendance virtually right now, and I'm just gonna give it a bit of a lag, just in case they do wish to speak in favor. Now would be the time. Nobody's indicated within the Teams chat yet, but,
Okay.
okay. Okay, none in favor.
None in favor? Okay. Before moving on, check with the development officer regarding any written submissions in favor of the request.
Yes, one submission was received through our website feedback form from Faye Lowther. So the first question on this was, what do you think, what do you like about the area structure plan? I think they are fabulous. Alberta has a massive shortage of campgrounds and facilities for the volume. What do you want, sorry, this is on my phone and it's kind of messed up here. For the volume of people that want to camp outside of the Crownland camping. To tie the development of the rail trail into further development with potential campgrounds and the day use facilities is a great idea. Number 2, what concerns or dislikes do you have about the area structure plans? Moderately concerned that the province will step in and the vision will not be a reality. Number 3, what changes or improvements would you suggest? And there was no comment there. Number 4, do you have any additional ideas or comments you'd like to share about the project? Would love to ensure that several of the campgrounds have power, water facilities available to them. It is a convenience that many people do look for and that there is a shortage of in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. No other comments then? Okay, thank you. As chairman, we invite comments from any member of the public who is in attendance in person at the meeting and wishing to speak in opposition to the application. At this time, no one's coming forward. We invite comments from any member of the public who are in attendance virtually and wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Is there anybody virtually?
We do have 2 members attending virtually. Just way off. I'm not seeing any indication within the Zoom meeting they wish to speak, but I'm just gonna wait a couple seconds.
Okay.
In case there's a delay. Okay, there's been no indication, so.
Okay, then before we move on then, we will check with the development officer regarding any written admission opposing the request.
One submission was received through the website feedback form from Kristen McClenley. What do you like about the area structure plan? I do not like anything about the plan. What concerns or dislikes do you have about the ASP? I don't support this development in any way. What changes or improvements would you suggest? To cancel this proposal altogether? Do you have any additional ideas or comments you'd like to share about this project? This project is the start of turning the West Country into the next Canmore and ruining the West Country. And that is everything from for the Whitegoat Notes area structure plan for comments received in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Okay, at this time then, I would invite applicants to present final remarks.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Sir Mac, we're just confirming who is going to speak to some of the comments that were received from referral agencies, and I'm going to pass it over to Kim to answer any of the ones related to Alberta Health Services, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Kim, go ahead.
Yeah, so the first one, it said regarding policy 15.3.1 regarding ambulance services, they mentioned that it's under acute care Alberta. So my suggestion for 15.3.1, it currently says Clearwater County shall advocate to Alberta Health Services to monitor the ability of ambulance and 911 services. And I just recommend that we possibly add advocate to Alberta Health Services and Acute Care Alberta to monitor the ability of ambulance, given that they do that. So I think that could be an easy amendment to address that particular concern. The rest of the concerns, they talk about, you know, the suitability of like on-site sewage disposal and drinking water. I feel like that could be addressed at the development permit stage under our MDP and LUB policies specifically. So I don't know that there's any need to address any more specifics in the plan regarding that. Also, they mentioned again the public washroom facilities, and of that nature. Again, that would be a more specific type thing depending on the type of development proposed, and that would be addressed also at the development permit stage, depending on what the developer's coming forward with. What else was there? Oh yes, and then HS requests clarification as to if the intent of policy 8.5.9 is that all permitted uses under the land use bylaw for the David Thompson no district would be exempt from a development permit. And no, that it's kind of specific. There's very few small things, just like kind of public open space type things. And it says may not require a development permit, so depending on what they're proposing. So that is not the case with them. So just understanding of that policy, that is not what it means or what it says. And I think, and then it talks again about the wells, and the springs and stuff, and again, that would be addressed at the development permit stage, and then with referrals to, Alberta Environment and Protected Areas, as they mentioned. So I just wanted to address some of those concerns, and I feel like that one edit to the plan could be made to address that one comment.
Christine? Hi.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Cermak. I'm also gonna pass it over back to Bill Shaw, and he's gonna answer some of the comments within the TransAlta input.
Okay, thank you. Bill?
Deputy Reeve Cermak and members of council, I appreciate that TransAlta is doing their due diligence and understand it's a very important facility and it deserves to be closely monitored and watched. The planning team has met a number of times with planning policy, and certainly the provincial people were involved with this one in relationship to for example, setbacks from the lake and development within the setback area. We feel that the provision in the plan that we have right now is adequate, and I would note section 13.2.3. If the setback line is not adjusted, any approval of development of a facility cell in a public day use area that contain land within the setback line shall require the agreement of TransAlta. And therefore, we think that that aspect has been covered. We recommend that setback line being reviewed by the province and by TransAlta down the road. It's old, and I think it stands for a review because of the distance of the setback from the lake, although we understand why it's there. But we feel that because we've included 13.2.3, that any development that's proposed would require an approval from TransAlta to go ahead. And I noticed that TransAlta had said in their letter that, this promotes the development or the approval of development in the nodes. It does not. All the plan does is designate areas that are suitable for future development, and it would have to go through the development process. So we had a lengthy discussion about this today, knowing it's an important matter, but we do feel that the existing plan provision in 13.2.3 is sufficient. And Stephen might wish to speak to that.
Go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, just in addition to that, there's already precedent set in the Whitegoat development node when you look at what's known as Rocky's Heli and also Orm Lodge. You would notice on the map there that they are within that setback line. So at the time when they applied for it, they went to TransAlta, and TransAlta granted them permission to be able to do that. So you look at Rocky's Heli, they're entirely within that line. That line was done in 1969 with the best available tools we had at that time. So I know that we have a lot more data nowadays, but of course TransAlta needs to be included on anything that's within that line there too. And if they feel that the risk does not warrant it, then obviously as part of our process, there's already a check and everything put into place to account for those concerns there too, and we would have to modify accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
And just one other thing too, I also want to comment on one of the concerns about increased traffic and a lot of people flooding to the West Country. The approach that we're taking with our tourism strategy is more of where we skim the market. We call it the BMW approach. There where you're looking at more that high-end tourism. So rather than flooding it with hundreds of campgrounds everywhere, we're looking at what can we do to be able to tap into out of province, out of country markets there, because that's really what brings dollars and everything into the local economy. And with the limitations that we have with power and water out there too, we're not looking at any huge major large-scale development anyhow. This would be smaller scale, more that ecotourism stuff where we're trying to find the all-season use out there rather than just trying to hit it for 2-3 months of the year and kind of And so what I'm trying to get at here is we want more of the high-end tourism rather than penetrating the market with a whole bunch of campgrounds and everything. Not saying that we wouldn't have any campgrounds whatsoever. It's more probably of that hybrid model that we're now seeing right across the landscape.
Yeah, okay, thank you. No other comments? Christine, you're all good?
I'm gonna look at the heads on the team. I don't believe there are any further comments from administration.
Okay then, as chairman, I will close the hearing at 10:58. And no motions are entertained at this time. Do we need to take a small 5-minute bio break? Or can we go on to the next one? What's council think? We take a break, take a 5-minute break. Come back at 5 minutes after 11. Welcome back after a brief stopping here. We needed a bio break, or at least I did. And I will call this meeting to order at 11:10, and this is on Bylaw 25-045 Saunders-Alexo Node Area Structure Plan. First off, I would like to say if there's people in the audience that are waiting for the public hearing that was to happen at 9:15, the landowner has withdrawn that public hearing. So if there's anybody waiting for that, that will not be on the agenda today. I think I covered that earlier, but just in case there was anybody waiting for that. So, explanation of the process. During this public hearing, members of the public may participate both in person and by virtual attendance online. We ask that you be patient with us, as this process will take longer than our past process as we work through any technical difficulties. During the hearing, if you are attending online, we will inform you and it is your turn to speak, whether in favor or opposed to the application. Participants wishing to speak will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to speak with a 1-minute warning before your time is up. If you're watching the hearing on the council YouTube channel, it is best for you to mute your YouTube and listen via the online meeting, and there is a 30-second delay on the channel. If you are participating via the online meeting or via telephone and somehow get disconnected, please rejoin the meeting with the link provided or call back with the number that was provided, and we will add you back into the meeting. First, I will outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off and or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicants will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present in person and whoever is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. After that, we will go online to ask if anyone participating virtually would like to speak in favor of the application. Following this, comments will be requested that anyone who is in opposition to the application, first for the in-person participants and then the online participants. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. Before I turn it over to the staff for the background report, we will take a moment to do introductions, starting with Councillor Melhoff.
Megan, Jenny Melhoff, the councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Daryl Wahid, still councillor for Ward 3.
Greetings, Brian Cermak, councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 councillor.
Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 councillor.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, councillor.
Dustin Bisson, senior planner.
Good morning, Mike Burton, Administrative Assistant.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning again. Christine Heggert, Director of Planning and Emergency Services.
Bill Shaw, Planning Advisor to Clearwater County.
Steve Shenfield, Manager with Forestry and Parks, representing the province.
Thank you, everyone. And to start off, Christine Hagerman, Director of Planning and Emergency Services, will outline the background of the application.
Thank you again, Deputy Reeves Cermak. I'll try and make this public hearing process a little shorter than the previous one. And I'll leave it to council to let me know. I think most of the folks that were here for the public hearing were in the gallery as we went through the Whitegoat Lakes Node area structure plan. So the background for the public hearing, does council wish me to reread the history of the development nodes, the legislation, MDP, LUB, and proceed, or do we wish to have the agenda item read into the record as it is?
I think read it as is.
So as is, I don't need to read it out. Head nods. Sounds good. So with that, I would have presented the background in terms of how that development node was achieved through the history and the time frame. Bill likely has similar comments as well, but I'll turn it over to him just in case before we moved on to the comments from agencies.
Before you leave then, I take it that this was done the same way as a Whitegoat?
Absolutely. In terms of the long-range planning that was done in the 90s,
Yeah.
the 5 development nodes were identified as part of that process,
Yeah.
and have been captured within our municipal development plan kind of vision policy document as well over the years. And the meetings were we had the same meetings at the same time with the province. The MOUs relate to all of the development nodes. And again, the area structure plans were created by the same team at the same time as part of the same process, just in a different location.
Yeah, so they're all gonna be treated the same, just with different specifics to that area.
You bet. The specificity of the plans themselves are within both the plan context in the textual information as well as the maps at the end. But other than that, in saving of time, I don't know if it's worth reading what's included in the agenda package. I didn't stray too far from that.
Okay, thank you. Bill, you have comments to make?
I'll summarize. Again, in 1992, the province did approve the David Thompson Corridor Local Integrated Resource Plan, and it identified 5 development nodes along the corridor to accommodate compatible accommodation, recreation, and service facilities. And 2 of those nodes were Whitegoat and Saunders-Alexo. In doing this plan, we feel that the planning team through the plans has followed the provincial guidelines within the local integrated resource plan along the David Thompson corridor, and it's also consistent with Clearwater County's vision and the policies of Clearwater County Municipal Development Plan. The Saunders-Alexo area structure plan serves to facilitate increased tourist development, outdoor recreation options, a variety of social opportunities, environmental and heritage appreciation and education, economic expansion, and along with that, job opportunities. It is important to note that while providing for the development of compatible commercial and public facilities and access roads, the Saunders-Alexo area structure plan dedicates over 80% of the node as natural landscape. As such, the area structure plan is as much a conservation plan as it is a development plan for appropriate development in appropriate locations. The development plan contains a land use concept which identifies suitable locations for the potential provision of facilities. So it doesn't develop, it just provides ideas as to where suitable development could go. And those facilities include facility cells, to include various types of accommodation, amenity sites such as parks and stopping sites, but the big part is the natural landscape area. It also provides for roads and trails. And again, just to emphasize, the natural landscape dedication within that area or allocation is 80% of the node, which provides for conservation. While the plan is long overdue, its timely support county and provincial tourism and development initiatives while being mindful to conserve natural resources, features, and landscapes along the David Thompson corridor. And that's the very essence of the plan, Deputy Reeve Cermak.
Okay, thank you. Okay, does council have any questions of the development officer? Mr. Radcliffe, or Councillor Radcliffe?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. I was just looking through at 9.2.8 on page 177 that says motels, hotels, and hostels shall not be permitted in this node. It's quite a large node. What's the thinking, the rationale behind preventing something like a hostel from being developed there?
It's a good question, and in part, it's reflected in the David Thompson Corridor local plan that said there'd be no hotels and things like that. The reason behind it is it's so close to Nordig that they want some of these facilities in this area to be located in Nordig, sort of more of an urban center. That is not to say that you couldn't have a small lodge and things like that in Saunders-Alexo, but a big hotel and a big motel, not. But it's something more low-key.
Oh, okay, so it's not restricting fixed roof accommodation.
It is not restricting fixed roof accommodations.
Okay, that was my
There's a whole
concern.
list of types of fixed roof accommodations that are allowed. It's just the scale that we feel would be more appropriate in the urban center of Nordig.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other questions? I have a question, and maybe it's way out to lunch, I have no idea. But I had a little birdie put this thought in my mind. All the development that we have out there in that West Country now, they have their own power supply. And that puts diesel fumes into the atmosphere because they're using diesel generators. Is this whole plan to develop power lines for these nodes so that we can maybe restrict the use of mechanical generating power? Or is this way beyond what we are here to look at? Could somebody answer that for me?
Deputy Reeve, you're correct. Although the plan does state a number of places, some of the major challenges of development in the West Country is the lack of utilities, power lines, water, et cetera, et cetera. And it does mention in a number of places that, well, the provision of those utilities is the responsibility of the developer. I think there's a growing recognition of the province and the county possibly taking part in that, but it does not suggest it. It's just that it's a possibility, and that the provision of utilities and services would be met on a development application by development application basis. But there's no doubt about it that if you could congregate certain developments so they can share the power and the water, then there's benefits to that. That's not to say they got to be side by side, so it's a huge, but anything within an appropriate distance. But these things will work themselves out, I think, as Tourism Alberta, gets applications for development and what used to be tire kickers, come and ask the county and the province. Mm-hmm. So, but the utility services is a major challenge. Certainly, Saunders-Alexo has the best potential for the provision of utilities. Whitegoat, it's a bit of a stretch right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because there is no power beyond the Bighorn Dam site. There is no power further west than that. I don't believe. Okay. Is there any other questions for? Then at this time, I will invite the development officer to present any comments received from referral agents. Oh, sorry, Barb, I didn't see your light.
That's all right. I turned it on after you had said. My question is, the existing trails, now, is there a plan for additional trails to go in here?
We've certainly identified some. That's not to say that the location is the exact location that they'll be. It'd obviously be subject to site studies, but there'd be a variety of trails for a variety of uses, including even some boardwalk trails and some hard surface trails for people who are challenged I guess, mobility challenged. So it'd be a variety of trails in a variety of areas.
Okay, and it would be the same for the Whitegoat as well?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. My question's answered.
Thank you, Barb. Okay, then, I guess at this time I will ask the development officer to present any comments received from referral agencies. Is that Mr. Bisson? Thank you.
So again, we received comments from Alberta Transportation. Those comments are very similar, actually identical to the comments that were received for the Whitegoat plan. Okay. So to save some time, I won't go over those again. If council is okay with that.
Yep. Sure we are.
Fortis Alberta, Clearwater County Assessment, and Clearwater County Public Works had no concerns or comments pertaining to the proposed area structure plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I invite the applicant.
Ryan?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I just wanted to address the Alberta Health comments. They are basically similar. They're almost identical. Obviously, slightly different aspects of the plan that they've reviewed, but the comments were the same essentially for that similar concerns. That again, the one being 15.3.1, the ambulance services. So again, I would recommend that in 15.3.1 of this plan as well that we add the acute care Alberta as well. But otherwise, the comments are virtually identical as well, and that most of it can be addressed at the development permit stage. So.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you.
And then I think Councillor Meloff had one that stricken out.
They corrected it.
They corrected it?
They showed it on the actual document.
Yeah.
It is not stricken, it's only stricken in the track changes. For whatever reason, it shows it on ours, but in the actual document, it does not have it stricken.
Oh, okay, so it's all correct.
Yep.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So then, I guess we will move on. We will invite comments from the member of the public who is in attendance in person at the meeting and wishes to speak in favor of the application.
Well, good morning. My name is Ron Killick. I'm from Caroline now, but I lived for 25 years in the Whitegoat node, David Thompson Resort. And earlier today you asked for comments and I missed it. I'm sorry. But I would like to say that any development that goes on west of Rocky Mountain House is very, very dependent on power. We lived west of Nordegg, as you know, the development node out there. Everything we did was created by power plants. In the wintertime, we worked our butts off to get that power down to as little as possible. In the summertime, it's away we go. I believe right now, everything's running. So between the Saskatchewan River crossing and the David Thompson Resort, there's about 3,000 liters of diesel smoke going into the air every 24 hours. It's huge. We've got a big percentage of the land out there was given to TransAlta or to the power company, and they're producing about 15% of the power needs in Alberta right now. There's absolutely no reason why they couldn't run a line down that line or along the edge of the highway if you have to, and provide power for Orem Lodge, the helicopter place, Mackenzie's, us, and go on out to the crossing. It would probably take up the usage in the lake would be worthwhile, I think. And I really appreciate you letting me have just a moment to tell you that I think anything, and I do believe the West Country is going to get developed, even if there are certain people that don't want it to be. That House Pass thing is wide open once again. And someday, somebody's gonna say, let's get it built. It's only 18 miles through the national park. And my latest conversations on that is let's put her in the air. Put it up and do a Confederation Bridge if you want, type highway through the park. And so that the odd grizzly bear won't get run over. But it's the West Country is there to develop. I think that you guys are in a really good stead to ramrod the whole thing. I think the Alberta government has got the forestry's got it covered pretty good. And I really, as a former owner out there and user of the West Country, I really appreciate what you've done in the last little while to make it more user-friendly. I do believe that you're going to get high-end usage from high-end motorhomes and trailers, and they do require power. That's the one thing that they just gotta have, is power and water. And we've got the water availability, we just don't have the power. So thank you for your time, and good luck with it all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Murray Bison. I'm a representative of the Rocky ATV Club. We just want to put forward our support for this procedure. We know that Saunders-Alexo, due to the rail trail, the popularity of the rail trail, we know that it is getting used by great amounts, and we know that as the rail trail continues, it'll get even busier. So we support, and we're looking to work with the county as well as Alberta AHOVA, Alberta Off-Road Vehicle Association, in order to try and designate some more of these trails. So in that way they will be around forever. They won't be allowed to be closed. But yeah, you've got our full support, and we want to work together with you guys. And when it comes to developing up some of those trails or developing new trails or whatever, give us a shout and we'll work with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to come forward? I don't see anybody at this time. So we will invite comments from any member of the public who is in attendance virtually and wishing to speak in favor of the application.
Once again, we do have a member attending virtually. This is the opportunity if you do wish to speak in favor of the application. Okay, no indication.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, moving on, we'll check with the developing officer regarding any written submissions in favor of the request.
So one submission was received in favor through the website feedback form, and that was from Faye Lowther. That was just a generic support for both outline plans, I believe. So that has been read in the previous public hearing, and so I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so there's no other, we will invite comments from any member of the public who is in attendance in person at the meeting and wishing to speak in opposition to the application.
I'll kick things off. Good morning, Council, Deputy Reeve. My name is Robert Turner. I'm here with my wife, Jacqueline. We represent property ownership in Misty Valley, 218 Misty Valley Close. We've owned the land for 5 years. We use it currently as an escape from civil life and all the stress thereof. Our intent is to retire out in that community and enjoy what the natural landscape has to offer until we're done. I'm here to provide opposition to the Saunders-Alexo node as it stands in its current form. My wife and I we're not happy with the east quadrant and the southeast sector, so that's specifically what I would be speaking to today and what I've brought out forth to council. So it's not necessarily anything west of Slippery Creek. Myself, our family, and I think I can speak for the residents in Misty Valley in general, we all understood that the greater Saunders-Alexo area would always become some form of commercial tourism. That's always been on the map. However, I speak specifically to the use and land use designation to lands east of Slippery Creek. It's our desire through all these public engagements and as the bylaw moves through its readings that locally impacted residents in Clearwater County we can all walk away with agreement of understanding and compromise as to how this bylaw impacts all invested stakeholders. I think sometimes those in Rocky Mountain House and West, again speaking specifically to our little community, they forget what's out there. It's not just a bunch of campers and dilapidated cabins. There's over 40 lots out there now. They've all sold. A lot of them have been developed into permanent residence. There's people that live out there full time and that have invested a lot, including myself, my wife, my family, into their land. There's families out there, kids that go to school. So it's not nothing out there. The people out there enjoy the space. They live out there for a partially subsistence-based lifestyle. They enjoy the natural landscape, and I think it's also worth saying they do want not necessarily to be close to other people. As with the development of the rail trail, similar concerns come up with the lands east of Slippery Creek and how they would be cleared and used. Threats of fire due to increased activity and itinerant tourism. We deal constantly with vandalism and the threat of theft of people wandering through and observing our properties, and that there really isn't the enforcement out that way to deter people. Other residents deal with trespass, those that are closer to the rail trail with the use of the OHV. And in clearing all these lands, we look at environmental impact, damage to the landscape, garbage, which inevitably will attract wildlife. Speaking to wildlife, that's another reason we live out there, is to enjoy the natural landscape. We've seen lots of animals extirpated from the West Country. So we do have a population of grizzly bears, wolves, a growing herd of elk, all in that area. And they would certainly be disrupted and pushed out and moved around with additional development. I see that my time is coming up. I've timed myself, done my best to stay on track. I will just close my thoughts. That's what I came to present, was some of the hazards that we see out there by introducing extra people. I'm not sure if it's possible to flip development, but going up Shunda Viewpoint Road certainly gives people a much better view than the marshy lands east of, or west of our Misty Valley Road. So my wife and I do not want any of the land developed east of Slippery Creek or south down to the river. That would be our compromise. Thank you.
Thank you for your viewpoint. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? No? We invite comments from any member of the public who are in attendance virtually and wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Michael, is there anybody?
We do have someone in attendance virtually. I'm just waiting for an indication that they wish to speak in opposition to the application. No indication.
Okay, before moving on, we will check with the development officer regarding any written submissions opposing the request.
Yes, Deputy Reeve. 2 submissions were received. One was through the website feedback form from Kristen McKinley. And again, we went over that during the previous public hearing. So I will go to the second one. It was an email letter that was received from Shelley and Darren McKenna. Dear council members, as property owners in Misty Valley who intend to retire here, we are writing to express our strong concern regarding the proposed East Quadrant development in the Saunders-Alexo ASP. We chose Misty Valley for its peaceful setting, natural beauty, and low-density lifestyle qualities that would be seriously undermined by the introduction of 5 large tourism accommodation cells, E1 through E5, access roads, and a day use area so close to our residential properties. We are particularly alarmed by the potential increase in traffic, noise, and transient activity this development would bring. More visitors, especially in the unmonitored rural setting, increases the risk of trespassing and property theft, an issue already reported in nearby recreational zones. With the influx of tourism using trails, back roads, and seasonal campsites, long-term residents and future retirees may face greater personal and property security concerns. Moreover, the close proximity of the tourist facilities to our homes raise safety concerns related to fire risk, wildlife encounters, and emergency access, especially given the limited evacuation routes in the area. The East Quadrant's forests are dense and steep in place, making it highly vulnerable in a wildfire scenario if overdeveloped or poorly managed. In addition, this development threatens the very environment that makes Misty Valley special. The East Quadrant provides critical wildlife habitat and movement corridors. Disrupting these with roads, buildings, and high human activity risks, fragmenting ecosystems, displacing wildlife, and degrading the wetlands, forests, and natural view sheds. As future full-time residents, we are deeply invested in the long-term ecological integrity of this region. We respectfully urge the county to reconsider the intensity and placement of this plan and to safeguard the Misty Valley community, a quiet residential area where many of us hope to spend our retirement years. Sincerely, concerned Misty Valley property owners, Shelley and Darren McKenna. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. At this time, I invite the applicant to present any final remarks.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Cermak. On behalf of administration, I just wanted to say thank you to the public at the public hearing for the thoughtful and varied comments. So those have been noted as we went through. I was going to turn it over to Bill first and then Dustin next to answer some of those comments received.
Thank you for Director Christine, Deputy Reeve Cermak, members of the council. Curiously, I was the planner who did this Misty Valley subdivision plan way back when. And I can tell you that at that time, the initial draft had a 10-foot space between the two lots that abut onto the east quarter section. And the council of that day said, no, that'll promote people coming through, we don't want that. And so they did not allow that 10-foot passage. Now we have the corridor that extends to it. It's wide open and you can see, and then you come to these fences, and if you want to go any further, you're gonna trespass. And that's not a right situation. So we've discussed it as a planning team, bounced it off the province, I believe. And what we recommended, and it's on the plan, that we would provide a visual barrier or even a physical barrier in the way of boulders and trees between the cutoff trail that goes around Misty Valley to the Misty Valley subdivision. So that people would have to, eventually, if trees and bushes grow, have to thrash their way through, et cetera, et cetera. So they wouldn't have that visual appeal of that area. The corridor would not be lost, it would still be there. It would just be revegetated, and so people would be forced to go around. That's one comment with regards to the transient nature. And I can certainly appreciate the issues. I will say that the landowner, who was the developer of the subdivision, and that I advised the subdivision on, he was well aware of the potential of recreation on lands to the west of him. The second point is traffic, et cetera. The original plan had a staging area again, just off the access road into the area, and we've decided that that's probably not the best interest. One is that the province isn't highly supportive of it, but we thought it was a good location. But because of the comments back from the public, we thought, well, we'll try to divert most of the traffic into the center of the area that's to be developed, that orange blob, so it'll become a public park and a parking lot area. And it would have excellent access to the trail system, and it would work very well. So we think we've responded to what we heard at the meetings, and I think in regards that the two changes are an improvement to the plan. I would like to say that Dustin and Adrian and I walked that whole quarter section, and admittedly the lands to the immediate west of Misty Valley, there are a lot of damp areas, and we recognize that there are damp holes, little spaces, given the nature of the foothills, but the remainder of that quarter section is probably among the best or the best site for future development, of all of the areas we looked at. It has excellent contours, excellent potential for a variety of accommodation uses, fixed roof and campgrounds. So we think it is a highly supportive for future development if they come.
Thank you, Bill. Dustin?
All right. Bill stole a few things that I was gonna summarize with, but there is one pending item. The development node predates the Misty Valley subdivision, and I know Mr. Shaw can better speak to the development of the Misty Valley subdivision, but that subdivision was only approved after the developer agreed to place a caveat on title of the lots in the subdivision. The caveat essentially was meant to notify future lot owners of the rail trail plan and the proximity and future development of the Saunders-Alexo development node. So that is something to keep in mind for the east quadrant of this area structure plan as well.
Okay, thank you. Did the province wish to speak? Stephen?
Yeah, I was gonna say, the one thing that having a development node over this area prevents is other development from taking place. If we didn't have the development node here, it would be open for oil and gas, other extraction. There is one gravel pit from Alberta Transportation that's been there forever and a day. But if the node were to be amended, that's removed. Now it's open for other development. And when you look at it, you look at the south side of the development node, there's really not a ton of development there. And it's also to help maintain those wildlife corridors and everything there too. So it's trying to find that balance there, but that's the other thing too, is you take away the development node and reservation that we have on place. It's vacant public land. It is open for everybody to come do basically whatever, like, it's open for applicants to submit that part of the piece. So by having a development node, it does limit the amount of other resources and everything from coming in here too. And that's one of the reasons why it's probably maintained in the state that it's at, is because of the development node as well.
Thank you for your insight into that. I was not aware that that kind of governed what could go on in those areas. So thank you for your insight. Any other comments? Any comments from council? Any questions? If not, then I will close the hearing at 11:50. And no motions will be entertained at this time. And I would like to thank everybody for coming and all the information that was given here. That was great. So we should move on into, I think dinner's not here yet, so we'll move into 5.3. Consideration of second and third reading bylaw 25-046, Whitegoat Lake Node Structural Plan, ASP. We need a motion for second and third readings of the bylaw. Oh, sorry, Christine.
The amendment. Yes, you betcha. Thank you, Deputy Reeves Cermak. And again, we just went through at the 9:30 public hearing in terms of the Whitegoat Lakes Node Area Structure Plan. Upon council's consideration of the representations made at that public hearing, we request that council consider granting second and third readings to bylaw 25/046 for the creation of an area structure plan for the Whitegoat Lakes Development Node, subject to those amendments that Manager Kim Gillam had mentioned to address the feedback related to Alberta Health Services ambulance comment, and bear with me, I'm just trying to find it. So an amendment to 15.3.1 to include adding the word after AHS and acute care Alberta. And that was the only amendment that administration had within the plan before council for consideration. The background in the agenda item speaks to similar what you would have heard at the 9:30 public hearing. And again, at the regular council meeting on June 10th, 2025, I think that was a typo, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25/046. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading.
Thank you. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I want to confirm process with how the statutes of the different plans, et cetera. So the ASP is not actually creating development. It is enabling legislation in which developers can come in and apply, and it can still be stopped at any point. They have to come in, get a development permit, and conditions be put on that. And there's also a subdivision stage in there. I know on deeded land there is. Is that the case on Crown land? Because then there's another public hearing on deeded land when they go to redesignate and or subdivide. Is that the case on Crown land?
Not the way it currently sits, no, because it would just be, it depends on what the province chooses to do in the future, and obviously they would have to get approvals from the province and or land from the province. So currently it's all owned by the province as one area, and generally their leases, like they identify them, but they're not actually subdivided because the lands aren't titled under like Alberta land titles. So unless the province at the time working with the developer chooses to essentially create that land as titled land to be able to sell to that developer, then there might be something there. But if it's just under a lease thing, that there'd be no subdivision, like type use of the land. It would just be, they'd have to go through the province and getting a lease from them and their approvals and whatever they require. And then they would also require a development permit for that development that would have to meet, kind of the aspects of this, but also our land use bylaw for those development node areas, for the types of uses allowed and the restrictions there.
If I may, Deputy Reeve Cermak, I just wanted to add as well, part of this process, and I know my friend, Mr. Shenfield mentioned as well, that this would be a step one concept plan. And that the process for how a development application would be received and processed through both levels of government still has some fine tuning to be developed. So that will come should these be approved. So we'll have more clear direction in terms of how a developer can approach the province and then the county to get the subsequent permitting processes.
It looked like Mr. Shaw wanted to speak as well.
Just-
And I have a
Yeah,
follow-up.
Mr. Shaw.
To clarify, in other words, going ahead with development, there'd be actually two approving authorities. The province would be the approving authority for the land disposition, which would be, in my terms, a lease. The county would be the approving authority for development. If you don't agree, it doesn't go ahead. So both parties have to work together, and that's the intent of this plan, is to pull them together, to work together so development can meet the requirements of the province under their legislation they have, and can meet the requirements that the county has with development control and approvals. So two approving authorities.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
You had said that we have to agree. Okay, well, that's not necessarily the case with other forms of development. There's been lots of times where actually the county disagrees and the province goes forth and approves it anyway. So I want to ensure that this truly is a partnership, and is there a way to put that in the agreement or a memorandum of understanding so that it truly is a partnership and it isn't a, we'll approve it and you'll have to stamp it?
Steve, do you want to answer that?
I'll answer that. That's why we have a 2006 MOU. I'm sure it needs to be updated, but the MOU basically outlines that. We agree there, and really the first step, the first window is Clearwater County there, which is a little bit different there, but by having an MOU there, it does outline that. If it needs to be updated, that's something that would be part of the implementation there. There is no expiry date on that MOU, so it hasn't been canceled. So that 2006 MOU, although close to 20 years old, is still full in force.
Supplementary to that, if I may?
Absolutely.
Actually, that was one of the things that was struck, is updating that MOU. Should we strike the updating of the MOU? Struck? It was in my notes that it was like on our track changes. Is that another thing that's in the document that isn't unstruck? Sorry, my track change one says that it's struck. Because then we can go forth and update that.
So I would recommend leaving it outside of the ASP
Oh, okay.
document there, and that would be a separate piece
it's
as more of the implementation there too. Because there's probably a variety of items that need to be done as part of the implementation. I think we need to make sure we stay in the swim lane. This is the plan there. The implementation of the plan would be for a future meeting between the county and the province.
Excellent, that's great to hear, because our relationship with Forestry and Parks has always been fabulous. Perhaps it's the AUC and the AER that are more difficult to work with. So I've always valued our relationship with Forestry and Parks, and hopefully we can continue to work good with that memorandum.
Thank you. So I guess we're still at the stage to be consider second and third readings. A motion for second reading. Mr. Councillor Redcliffe.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. These area structure plans have been 30 years in the making. I think this is the second version of area structure plans. What are the steps forward from here, and what sort of timeline could potential developers expect before they actually could look at development in these nodes?
I see everyone looking at me, so
Looks like you hold all the cards.
Yeah, so I think it all depends there, Councillor Ratcliffe. First off, if it's something that doesn't require funding or anything like that from the province, and we have examples of that. You look at Orm Lodge, they self-funded all their own roads and all that. You look at the heliport there. If it's something small scale, that would be something that they would be funding on their own. That's probably something that can move forward fairly quick after the plan. If it's something where, hey, you know what, we're looking to the province to do egress lanes and all that, those are further discussions there that would have to happen after. And again, that's all dependent on funding and all that, which again would be request to Treasury, everything else. The one thing I just want to add, one of the things we added to the province of Alberta is we have this group called the All Season Resorts Group there. They fall under tourism. I know they're very interested in the development nodes here too. They're still getting stood up there. Like they literally just hired their executive director here in February there. They're staffing up. There's even a position advertised today, to be quite honest, for basically a development officer there. So that group's starting to get stood up. And again, it's one of those ones, there's a lot of great things and pieces coming in down the pipe here. And really what we would be looking at too is working maybe with that all-season development or all-season resort group to be able to help move things along there. In absence of that, we're still willing to do that, but you have to remember, as the Ministry of Forestry and Parks, what are we competing with? We're competing with wildfire, we're competing with our Parks Division. When we start asking for funding beyond that, that's what we're competing with that all-season resort group. They're in tourism, they're competing with just tourism there. So generally, they're able to get that further up the chain there too. So that's just one thing too, and that's it's one of the parts of that plan of growing tourism to 25 billion to 2035 by implementing that group. So things are actually moving along quite quickly by government timelines too, but I hope that answers your question in a roundabout way.
I have more questions along that line, if I may.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not really hearing anything definite in that. At this point, is there a clear path of, in the MOU or any other document that shows what we will be responsible for as Clearwater County as part of this development and what the province's responsibility will be? Like, I'm thinking this could be another 10 or 20 years that without some firm progress.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Cermak and Councillor Ratcliffe for the question. It is a good question. In terms of process, like I mentioned previously, the process on how those applications will flow is still to be determined. We had to get this first step process done, which is the actual concept plan, to get kind of the blessing of the development authority as council that the area structure plan can be approved. From their administration visions meeting with the province to kind of work through that process, and it could be a rewrite of the MOU. But in terms of timeframe, it's really going to be developer dependent. It's not like a development permit where we have a certain number of days to turn it around. It's gonna certainly depend on all of the different issues that were addressed throughout the public hearing, which includes access development, utilities, provincial lease disposition, all of those things. So I would imagine we could, and there may be a process the government does for those lease dispositions, and I'm not sure if Mr. Shenfield wishes to speak any further to that if it hasn't been developed yet, but certainly I wouldn't be able to put a pin on a time frame for when we'll be beginning to accept applications. But I can assure you we've had traction after 30 years of moving this forward, a government that's willing, a provincial government that seems to be willing. Now is the time to continue to make progress on the momentum that's been achieved so far. Oh.
Sorry, I just wanted to add to that shortly. Just reiterating, like these are essentially kind of like a overarching or visionary document that kind of identifies areas of possible development, but it doesn't make anything concrete. I mean, it allows for it now because we were kind of limited before with actually allowing development there, but now if we have these in place, it could proceed, but as Christine said, it's really dependent on a developer coming in, so if nobody comes in with any interest, it could sit for a while, but hopefully, we get some interest, but it wasn't possible before, and with these, it could happen, but it's visionary, so there's no, we're not forcing anybody developer, we can't bring anybody in, they have to decide to do that. So we really don't know, but I think Stephen wants to add to that as well.
Stephen?
The one thing I was gonna ask, anytime anybody's coming for funding, the very first thing they're gonna ask for is, where is your plan? Where is your plan? So this is the first step in being able to facilitate those further discussions, is what I would say.
Okay, yes, and I expect their second question is, when can I start? When can I start moving forward with my plan? And, this has sat for years without being able to take that step.
But this is the first step.
Yes.
Councillor Radcliffe, we need to get to get to your question.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
We had them 10 years ago or more.
I don't think we ever had an area structure plan, did we?
I believe I have a copy of the one for Alexa. Anyway.
Okay, Steve?
So what was done, I would say it's 15 years ago now. What was done then was a concept plan, and that predates the area structure plan. So that was a conceptual plan there. Now you have an area structure plan, which is a little bit more detailed there too. So you look at a concept plan, I don't know how many pages it is, maybe a dozen pages. It's pretty skinny there too. There was also a campground plan. There is a big campground plan too, and I think one of the things that we've learned working with our partners in tourism and travel Alberta is campgrounds aren't going to get to 25 billion by 2035. They only are operating for a handful of months of the year. What we're looking for is this year-round, all-season fixed roof accommodations too. Like I said before, not saying that we wouldn't have any campgrounds, but they would probably be an addendum to something larger there.
Okay, thank you. Who is first over there flashing? Councillor Melhill?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. I was actually gonna make the motion for second reading. With the clarification of 13.2.3, that TransAlta had to be confirmed for all development happening in that area, so thank you for clarifying that. And with the amendment of 15.3.1, that Acute Care Alberta be consulted as well for all EMS provisions. I see this is something that's been working on since the 90s. This is the next step, and there's many other steps in which the public can tell us what some of their concerns are, so that you can put mitigating conditions on development permits. This also makes it easier for emergency services, because they'll actually have official municipal and or provincial access rather than, there'll still be random camping. This isn't removing random camping, but this gives a much safer way for emergency services to actually get to some of these areas where people are. And truly this helps offset the development that we have going on in Nordegg. So I will make the motion for second reading with those amendments.
Thank you, Councillor Melhill. Councillor Lahey.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve, and I thank you for that motion. I was going to do that, but you beat me to the punch, and I would say that I think this council is very familiar that I'm a strong advocate for the importance of area structure plans. In fact, I wanted to mention that just about every council meeting repeatedly as possible until we start to build some momentum towards that. And we know the province is fully committed to reducing red tape. I think this council is certainly committed to reducing red tape, and I think this is a good first step, moving this plan forward and putting more certainty out there for potential developers, and putting those guidelines and concepts and letting the community use the freedoms they have to move us forward in in the future of our community.
Thank you.
So I will be supporting the motion.
If there's no other questions, there is a motion brought forward. Councillor Northcott.
Thank you very much, Deputy Reeve. I've had an overwhelmingly number of people, residents of Clearwater County and beyond, that have been opposed to this. They have concerns with enforcement, emergency services, congestion of the West Country, deterioration of the natural landscape, and even though the direction of this plan may have started in 1992, a change of course is evident as many people have reached out, and the large majority are opposed to this development, along with the comments received from TransAlta not being in favor of this. I will not be supporting the motion, and I would like to request a recorded vote as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on this or any? There is a motion on the floor. I will take a vote. I'll vote. All in favor? Opposed? That motion has passed. Now we need a motion for third reading of bylaw 2025-046. Councillor Lougheed.
Certainly, I would make that motion for third reading.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Any comments? Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, thank you again. Again, I'd like to request a recorded vote for third reading, and also there's reference in this agenda item to the municipal development plan, and the purpose of the municipal development plan is to reflect the needs and desires of residents, which again, the large majority of residents have been opposed. So I will not be supporting this motion as well.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed.
Maybe ask administration a question. How many residents are in Clearwater County?
Thank you for the question. That the 2021 census, I believe the number was 12,100, give or take.
So a majority of citizens of Clearwater County would be somewhat above, approximately 6,000. Would that be correct? Thank you.
Okay. So we know how many people are in Clearwater County now anyway. Thank you. I would like to move for a motion. The motion's on the floor for third reading bylaw 20. I better get the number right. 25-040, right? 46, sorry. 25/4046. All in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. I see it's past the hour. Do we want to move on as council for the next one? Or do we want to break for dinner if it's here? It's here. We'd like to move on. Finish it up. Okay. Let's go to agenda 5.4, consideration of second and third reading bylaw 25-045, Saunders-Alexo node structure area structure plan. We need to have a motion for second reading. Christina Hagerman, you have some
Thank you,
input?
Deputy Reeve Cermak. Just a typical process to go through staff's recommendation. Upon consideration of the representation made at the public hearing, administration requests that council consider granting second and third readings to bylaw 25/045 for the creation of an area structure plan for Saunders-Alexo development node, amending that 15.3.1 to include after the word AHS and acute care Alberta. And again, the background is before council. And the regular council meeting, again, a typo, was held on June 10th, 2025. Council review and gave first reading to the bylaw. And upon determination of second and third reading, we'll leave it at that for council's consideration.
Thank you. If there's nobody, I will bring second reading to bylaw 25-045 with the amendment. Councillor Milhoff,
So you made that motion?
I will.
Okay, I'd like to amend your motion.
Okay. Is it friendly?
I would like to move an amendment. I don't know, what do you consider? Technically friendly as anything grammatical and or spelling, so probably not. So then I would like to move an amendment.
Yeah, okay. And what's your amendment?
Okay, my amendment, should the team allow the amendment to go through, which will have to be called, would be to make E1, E3, and E2 smaller towards, like, heading towards the west, to allow for a larger buffer for the Misty Valley residents.
Okay, what area are we talking about here?
E1, E2, and E3?
Along this edge. Oh, okay. E1, E2, E3. And the amendment is to make it smaller, then?
Yeah, to either shrink them or move E1 further west. My intent is to make a larger buffer between the Misty Valley residents and this particular node. I understand that the node predates the residents, but I think it's important that we also hear their concerns and are doing our best to mitigate some of those concerns. Even though there is a covenant on their title knowing this was coming, I still think it's appropriate that we hear those concerns and we adjust accordingly.
So, Bill?
I'm not speaking against the motion, but just for some clarity within the plan. The plan says that not necessarily the whole identified facility cell would be developed. It would have to be subject to what's being proposed. It also says that if you happen to find land that's more suitable on the fringes of that cell that we couldn't identify or map with detail, because they're general boundaries, then if you can prove that that land is suitable for the development, then that development can go there. So that would apply if the green areas become smaller. You know, that the person, once they're out in the field, you know, marking it off, would say, well, this area that's, you know, there's another 14 acres that's really, really suitable, and we'd like to have that. And so that would be, you know, part of the plan, but they would have to prove that it is suitable. Anything that goes ahead has to be proven that it's appropriate and suitable. I'm not speaking against the amendment, but just to say that just because they come smaller, it might mean that the potential for somebody saying, well, I want something outside that green area to be included comes forward. So just for a point of clarification, as I said, I'm not speaking against the amendment.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think, Councillor, if you said a larger buffer area, now, large to you would be 10 feet, or large to you would be 1,000 feet?
I just think it's appropriate that we shrink those, the 1 and 2, or E1 and E2 in particular, make them a larger buffer on that east boundary there. If we want to get more specific, then I'm going to need a grid, and I can give a more specific number. If we want to get more specific, we will have to overlay a grid for me to give more specific outline.
Okay.
But we can, if it pleases the chair, we can call the question even on an amendment first to see if I'm even allowed to amend your motion.
Okay.
Because if my request to even make an amendment fails, then me explaining exactly how large the buffer should be is moot.
Okay.
So I would like to request move to request an amendment on your motion.
A vote on the amendment?
Just the request to amend.
Okay, request to amend. Let's do a vote on that. All in favor to amend? It's passed. Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. I had a similar question. which is what are the, this would be probably for Mr. Shaw, what are the approximate depths of the current buffer area? If you would know that.
Mr. Shaw?
The buffer area between development?
Yes.
There isn't any. It just says that each development, should be separated from another one by a natural landscaped area. So I guess that could be 3 meters or it could be 300 meters. But again, it all depends upon how the development comes forward, how the province feels about it with regards to the land disposition, and how the county feels about it as for an appropriate development. But again, I repeat, as I said in one of the, I guess at the earlier meeting, is that we're not envisioning a Whistler here, or even maybe a Kananaskis country up in the hill where the golf course is. We're looking at a bunch of smaller, more appropriate level developments here. There could be numerous of them, but not necessarily conglomerated into a huge area. But with regards to the setback area, I think that would be left to the planners in the province, considering that in relationship to the nature of the landscape and the nature of what's adjacent to it.
Are you suggesting that that is an issue that should be dealt further along the process?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Chair. I would move my amendment to your motion of a 50-meter buffer along the east boundary between Misty Valley and the proposed development area.
Okay. I will take that as a friendly amendment.
We already moved
Yeah.
doing an amendment, so you'd have
Yeah.
to make a vote. You'd have to call the question on my motion, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you anyway, I appreciate it, but we already are in the amendment process.
Mr. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you very much, Deputy Reeve. I will certainly be supporting the motion upon consideration of what we heard in the public hearing this morning. Yep. That was part of the concern the community had. I think this helps to address that and find a solution to some of those concerns that are there, and know that we're responsive to those concerns being presented to us.
Yes. So the motion's on the floor for a 50-meter buffer.
15 or 50?
5-0.
5-0.
Yeah. All in favor? And that is passed unanimously. And now my motion can go ahead with the 50-meter amendment. Would you like to talk, Councillor Lougheed?
I just wanted clarity on the motion, so we just had
Second reading and a 50-meter boundary.
Okay, second reading with 50-meter.
Yeah, boundary of E1 and E2.
And the acute care
Yeah.
referral.
And there you go, acute care in the health. Councillor Radcliffe?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Yes, I think the moving along with the development of these two nodes is a great step forward for the province and for the county, and hopefully will bring some order to the randomness of activity that is happening in the west. So I will definitely be supporting the second reading.
Okay. Motion's on the floor. All in favor? Those opposed? So recorded. Motion is passed. Now we're looking at third reading to bylaw 25-045. Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. For the same reasons as second reading, I would move that council grant third reading to bylaw 25/045 for the creation of the area structure plan for the Saunders-Alexo Mountain with amendments.
Thank you. Yes, Kim?
Sorry, we just want to clarify, because we have the 50 meters to the Misty Valley, so, council, I I guess, should they see fit, they're okay with administration amending a specific policy to address that 50 meters will determine which one is the appropriate one to implement? Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay. Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I've seen nods and thumbs up from everybody, so we're in favor of that. Thank you. And the motion is on the floor for third reading. All those in favor? Whoop, sorry. Councillor Northcott.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Reeve. Zermatt. Again, I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Yep.
I just wonder, for me, it was very evident that the large majority of residents did not desire this development here. I'm just wondering if council has any words for those residents on why they would support this when it was evident to me that the large majority did not desire this.
Councillor Malhoff.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. We actually had, I believe, one letter in opposition, and we had 2 people stand up in favor of it here today. I don't know where you're getting this large majority of residents are against this, as that's not what I heard at the public hearing that was posted, advertised, and even had a virtual option. That's not what I heard today at the public hearing.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott.
Yeah, just to give you some insight, maybe I'm a little bit fairly plugged in with the community and so forth like that, but not only on social media, but also grocery store, post office, Napa, wherever I may be. When this topic has come up in discussion, it's not been supported. So maybe at the public hearing, residents of maybe were working today or had other commitments, but sitting at that table, or this table right here right now, I'm trying to offer that information to you. So I just feel like it's the concerns of the majority of the residents are being disregarded at this time.
Thank you for your insight, Councillor Northcott. I have not heard any other than the one that got up and spoke here in opposition to it, and the 2 letters that were given out. I've heard that everybody's kind of looking forward to it, that we will have some order out in the West Country in the nodes, and that we will have some input of what will go out there. I guess. Sorry, I can get off my soapbox and I'll let you get on it, Mr. Locke.
No, and thank you for that. I'll just share that I feel very responsible as a councillor not to mislead the public for my own purposes. And I, honest to gosh, have no recollection of the majority of Clearwater County residents opposing anything. We've had some small sampling of comments that have fed back and have negative aspects on many things we do, but I would be very cautious to use terms such as the large majority of Clearwater County residents oppose something. I have no way to base that. I certainly have not been privy to the same information as Councillor Northcott. So if he has that, I wish he would forward that to the balance of council so we could use that to make the same decisions and conclusions that he's coming to.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott.
I guess, Councillor Arheed, I'm right here right now. I'm trying to tell you the information that I've got through conversations with the public, but you can either accept it or not, but I've provided those comments.
I would certainly never question your honesty. I would never question that. That's
sure.
I find you very forthcoming, but you do mention information all the time that you use to base your decisions on. I don't think the balance of council has had anything to indicate the majority of people oppose the decisions we're making today. The feedback, we've had feedback today. That's the purpose of all the public hearings we have. We have those on a regular basis. Certainly the majority of Clearwater County citizens have not fed back either negative or positive responses on this. So we move forward using the information before us and the and the people that take the time to submit their consideration to council when they make decisions like we're making today, and that's what I use to base it, not hearsay or something that came from a coffee shop discussion. I would certainly refer to it as a coffee shop discussion, not the majority of Clearwater County residents feel this way. So, but if you have information that would back that up, I have no problem accepting that.
Thank you. There is a motion on the floor for third reading with amendments as read out. Let's do a vote. All in favor? Opposed? And that motion is carried. And I think at this time, I would like to thank administration, Bill, Steve, for all the hard work you've done to bring this forward. I certainly appreciate it. I like all the insight and the information that you have given me anyway. I thought that was a very useful one, and I think we need to break for dinner now. And we will be back at 1:15. Is that enough time or is that too much? 1:15. Welcome back to July 8th, July 8th, regular council meeting, and we are into new business, agricultural and community services, 6.11 Rocky Curling Club funding request. And I believe we have Sydney Graham presenting. Thank you, Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Reeves Zermack. And good afternoon, Council. We're gonna change tracks here and start talking about community instead of planning. So during the June 25th, 2025 regular council meeting, representatives from the Rocky Curling Club attended as a delegation requesting funds to repair their building trusses and roof. As can be read in the attached letters from the Rocky Curling Club, the Wood Research Development Group inspected the trusses above the curling arena and found the trusses were in need of attention, with trusses number 9 and number 3 being in the worst condition. Should truss 9 fail, trusses 8 and 10 would likely fail as well. The roof is also in need of repair, and the club is hoping to complete the work on the roof at the same time as the truss repair. The total project cost is estimated to be $1,160,771. The club does have some funds set aside, but not enough to cover the cost of the repairs. The Town of Rocky Mountain House Council approved $100,000 for the Rocky Curling Club as a grant, and the Rocky Curling Club has requested $50,000 to $100,000 of funding from Clearwater County. The Rocky Curling Club has received an extension for their application for the CFIP grant, and the application is due on July 31st, 2025.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Lloyd?
Thank you, and this may not be a fair question, but I'll ask it anyway. Was the request to the town the same as the request to Clearwater County?
Yes.
So they gave a range of potential support, and the town chose the upper request?
That is correct.
So then we're following the town in that request. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or clarification? Councillor Melhoff.
You probably can just make that assumption that I always have a question. Yep. Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Is this in addition to then the request we got from the town to fund a portion of the 80,400 from the same project?
They are different projects. So this project is in the actual curling arena, which is owned by the Rocky Curling Club, and the other one is in the Embringham Disposal Arena, which is within the town-owned facility, the skating arena.
Oh, they're different?
They're different, yes.
Okay. They're just by the same company that was doing the work. Okay.
Yeah,
mistake.
the town invited the curling arena, the curling rink, the Rocky Curling Club, I will say, to join in on the inspection, and it saved fees for travel and everything for them, and that's how this happened, yeah.
No, that makes sense. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
So what do we do moving forward? We need a motion? Councillor Northcott?
Oh, I was gonna make that motion.
Okay.
That council approves a grant of $100,000 for the Rocky Curling Club. Is this, for administration, is that sufficient, or do you, as per staff recommendation, that council also approves $100,000 to be moved from contingency to fund the grant for the Rocky Curling Club? That would just all be in one motion or two separate motions? Okay, I'll make that as one motion.
Okay, we have the motion on the floor. Barb, you have something for the motion?
Question I have is, the cost that they're asking from us, is that on top of what they figure they will get from the grant?
So for the grant, you have to have matching funds, and this I believe would be to help toward the matching funds. I'm not sure how much they are requesting in their grant. I know they are going for the larger CFIP grant though, and it would be on top of the grant were they to receive it, if that's what you're asking.
So then the ask is the 100,000, if I'm reading it right.
Yes, correct.
Okay. If they don't need it all, does that mean we don't pay the 100,000? Or do we pay the 100,000 then?
We would pay 100,000 regardless.
Okay. Thank you.
There is a motion on the floor. All those in favor? That is unanimous. That motion is passed. Thank you. Sydney? And now there's two motions.
It's on the next page.
Yeah, I can read it off if you want. I would move that council approves a letter of support for the Rocky Curling Club's Community Facility Enhancement Program grant.
Enhancement program? Where do you see this?
I can provide some detail, Deputy Reeves or Mac, if that would be helpful.
Okay, please.
So for the CFIP grants, we all know that they are a lot more likely to be supported when they have letters of support. So this is just to offer a letter of support to the Rocky Curling Club when they submit an application for that grant. The town of Rocky submitted one as well, and I want to say the province may have, I was reading this morning, but I could be incorrect in that. So it's just to write a letter of support for their application for the CFIP grant.
Okay, so we just need a motion to write a letter, right? Okay, you made the motion, so we have a motion on the floor to, all those in favor? That's carried. So now we can move on to reports. Chief Administration Officer or CAO report.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Cermak, Council. Good afternoon. The July 8th, 2025 CAO report, Clearwater County Municipal Indicator Results. Each year, Municipal Affairs requires municipalities to fill out and submit financial questions so they can calculate and rate a municipality's financial sustainability. In 2024, Clearwater County was flagged due to the ministerial intervention that occurred during the amalgamation process. Administration has completed the submission form, provided feedback to Municipal Affairs, and explained the circumstances. If council recalls, during the amalgamation, Minister MacIver at the time decided to appoint an overseer. That was what was flagged. Okay. Nordic Gasification Project. The agreement between Rocky Gas Co-op and Clearwater County has been completed. The 2.7 million grant associated with the Nordic Gasification Project has been released. Coordinated Action for Recycling Enterprises, otherwise known as the CARE Conference. The 2025 CARE Conference will be held in Westlock, September 10th to the 12th in Westlock, Alberta. The objective of the conference is to bring together diverse interests and coordinate recycling plans and efforts to divert substantial waste from our landfills by sharing knowledge and expertise. As per Council's policy, councillor authorization would be required for attendance and remuneration.
So we need to have a motion. Is any of the councillors wanting to go to the CARE conference? Councillor Malhoff?
I'll make the motion authorizing attendance. But I thought we had listed CARE in our new policy, or was that not adopted yet? That was at strategic planning that hasn't come to council yet? Oh, okay, sorry, because I'm pretty sure we listed this one, but it just hasn't come back to council from strategic planning. Sounds good. Yeah, I will make that motion, and then you guys can just let Jana know if you're available to attend.
Okay. There is a motion on the floor. All those in favor? That is passed. Are you opposed? Opposed? One opposed. It was a good conference. I think I'm gonna go to it. I enjoyed it. Okay, now the next is verbal council reports. Starting with Councillor Melhoff.
I'm up first. Okie dokie. Thank you, Deputy Reeve. North Saskatchewan Watershed Directors Meeting and subsequent AGM happened here a couple weeks ago. Pleased to say that I was re-elected onto the Board of Directors. And I'm also onto a couple of subcommittees again as well. So I look forward to continuing to be the voice of the headwaters on the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance. July 19th, the River Runs Through Us premiere is coming out, and actually Ryan Northcott was the director of that particular film. I'm very much looking forward to going. If you go onto North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance's website, you can get an Eventbrite ticket there in which to attend. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's free to attend. So anybody who'd like to do so, please do so. It was interesting hearing about Parkland County's natural policy framework and inventory study being done, and they actually came up with a dollar value for their natural capital. And I believe it came to about $4 billion. I'm still researching in how that can be leveraged and developed, and see if that's a footprint that could do well in Clearwater County as well, and other municipalities that have that really good natural capital, and how it can be leveraged. It's interesting how you can potentially turn around and use it as a way to ensure that developers are not taking away from the natural landscape by ensuring that they have to develop more natural landscape somewhere else within your municipality. So it's interesting, and I'd like to see how it can help our area as well. The health engagement team had a meeting as well, and Settlement came forward with some suggestions from the Sundry team that potentially looking at things like a billboard that people that are camping or coming through our community might be able to see, saying, hey, do you love our community? Do you also love healthcare? We want you. Like, I don't know, something catchy that might get the eye of people traveling through, because they did hear in Sundry that people would travel out to their West Country and saw that Sundry needed healthcare professionals, and actually applied because they knew that Sundry needed it, because they loved it so much. So that's pretty awesome. So we're looking into that. Hospital update, there's still 10 beds that are not open due to staffing concerns. Construction has been awarded for the second operating room, and they are hoping to speed up that time frame, but at this point, completion next spring or summer. But as we were told also by the CAO of AHS, they're hoping to ratchet that up because of how vital it is to have 2 operating rooms here. The Health Foundation is redoing all of the palliative care rooms, upgrading the TVs and the beds and the paint, and they're just doing a full redo of all those rooms. It's been over 20 years since those rooms have been looked at, so thank you to the Health Foundation for taking on that very critical role. The RPAP bursaries for IENs is on hold currently, as they had too many applications and they are waiting for some more funding. They also are looking for IENs housing. They really need to find some housing for some incoming IENs that are coming in the spring. So if anybody has some housing ideas, please reach out to the health group. IENs, internationally educated nurses. And so if anybody has housing that is available, that is preferably within walking distance of our hospital, reach out to the team and we can put you in touch with either RPAP or our housing team. It's interesting, Community Features is working on our Futures, the team that, the group that you sit on, Councillor Northcott, is working collaboratively with the healthcare team in southeastern Alberta on housing facilities for professionals. So I was curious if there was any chance that you could bring back some information on that or ask about it so we can learn more about it. They're doing, it's my understanding it's not just about healthcare, it's about all healthcare professionals. So I'm sure that Community Futures does a lot. So if you could ask about it and we can get some information, that'd be great. It's supposed to be something that's been very well received and doing very well in that community. We're also looking into something called Happy Pads, which is it's like an app for housing. So we're trying to find some housing strategies for all of our healthcare professionals. And yeah, I think that's it. That's it for me. I've been trying to enjoy some much needed time with my family over the last few days. So thank you so much.
Daryl? Okay, Daryl, we'll make that motion. All in favor? And that is passed. Thank you. Daryl, it is your turn for your councillor report.
Thank you, Deputy Reeves Cermak, and I agree, it's a busy time of year, maybe less so in council activities, but certainly enjoying summer and spending time with family and being out on the farm and doing the things that farmers do is a great vocation. I will just go on the highlight for me over the last couple of weeks. I was honored to be able to address the graduating class of David Thompson. Students with a great future, and we wish them success as they move forward into new beginnings. And that's it for me.
Is there any questions for Daryl? Then we will pass the baton over to Councillor Northcott.
Already my report is short. Attended Community Futures AGM, and just to respond to Councillor Melhoff, yeah, I don't have any, as Community Futures Southern Alberta is a different region, I don't have any information regarding the staff housing there for the nurses, but I can look into it and maybe see if I can't bring something back. But yeah, so I attended Community Futures AGM for Central Alberta. We ratified a few loans there. And I also attended the Raven Rec Board meeting. There's all the funds have been released, so there's no more funds available, which was good. Yeah, so there was the Racinas Wooler Association received funding, Aspen Ranch received funding, so it was nice to see the applications come through and those dollars go to the community for recreation in the community. That's my report.
Is there any questions? I guess not. We'll pass the baton over to Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. For me as well, because we're into sort of holiday time and council activities slow down a bit. I don't have that much. I did go out to the Nordic Community Association meeting. Not that much of concern there. The main questions are around what's happening with the Quarry Road and concerns there. And of course the increasing crime that they've been experiencing. And then on the Saturday, I went to the Canada Day celebrations that were there at Nordegg, a barbecue and kind of a country fair. So lots of families out there enjoying that. As usual, the community services group organized a great barbecue. It was really well done and a lot of fun. After that, there was a presentation on the new hall that they're looking at some of the designs and what it should be. It's kind of inspiring how that community comes together to build community. So that was a great day out in Nordegg. And that is my report.
Any questions for Councillor Redcliffe? If not, we will go to Councillor Gibson.
Okay. I went to the Rocky Chamber Business Mixer and met a number of business people, which was really well. That same evening, I attended the Rocky Library. They are doing their summer reading program and going to Market on Main. Then I met with Ms. Graham and Rhonda to discuss Clearwater Library. And then last night, we had the Clearwater County Library meeting. We're still in the early stages of working out the glitches because we're zooming some of them from Nordegg and working on consolidating everything. So it's a challenge. Isn't it, Rhonda?
Like any good project should be.
Yes. Thank you. That's it.
Any questions for Councillor Gibson?
I did attend a July 1st pancake breakfast at the museum. Very well attended.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah.
Yep. Well then, I guess the baton is passed over to me. Yes, I attended Caroline breakfast. I was cooking sausages there. We cooked over 300. We had 200 plus people come for breakfast. I attended the Raven Board meeting. We doled out all the money except for $38, I think. And for all the projects, we didn't quite get as much as some of them wanted, but they got at least a good start. And now, I don't know if I should be asking this in council meetings or not, but I want to be a little transparent. I know that we had issues. There is issues around the James River store with their new expansion and stuff. Has that all been completed and finalized and finished and they're all in compliance and everything? I've had a few people phone me and ask me in that area if the store is totally in compliance now and everything's good. If we could have a report on that, would be great, just for transparency.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. To the very best of my knowledge, I believe all non-compliance issues outstanding have been addressed. So that file is closed.
That is great, and I wasn't sure about that, but I wanted just to make sure, and then I can tell my people about that. And I see a new sign. It's something Fresh Farm, where the cannabis store was on Highway 22. Yeah, the cannabis growing facility. Sproutly Fresh Farms. So it's all good and sold and everything's operating fine and everything's good? Perfect. And I guess the other one I gotta ask about is the rehabilitation center on the James River. Where's the status on that? Because that has been over a year now that I have heard nothing. Is there any way that maybe in the next meeting we could have a report on that and where that stands and what's happening? Because I've had people ask me about that.
I can get planning, mail council and give you an update.
Okay.
Deputy Reeve, that one I'm not confident enough to speak on.
Yeah, and I know it's in my area and people have asked me what's happening down there and I can't tell them other than they're in the process of doing all the things that they had to do to get their operating license from whoever. So I think that's about all that I had. Sorry about all the asking questions to be transparent about stuff. I guess now we need a motion to accept the verbal reports. Councillor Radcliffe. All in favor? That is passed. Now let's go to correspondence. Letters. Where are my letters? Anything that we need to go over, people? We have quite a list. Do we need to go over the first letter? Minister Nicholson, CTS Academy. Everybody's okay with it? Now, a letter from the town on the emptying disposal arena. Did everybody get a chance to read all of that came on the roof? In the curling rink and the hockey rink arena? It looks like we have a share of $40,215.50 they're looking for. Have we got any background on that, Rick? Or Mr. Emmons?
Absolutely, Deputy Reeve. So the report has also been provided. It's administration's intent, making this correspondence open to council to bring back this item as an agenda with the formal request and the background for council's decision at a future meeting.
So it'll be coming to a future meeting. Okay, thank you. And then we have 8.3, a letter from, oh geez. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, thank you, Deputy Reeve. Shouldn't that now be going to ICC? Then the ICC makes a recommendation to council? Isn't that the process?
Yeah, Mr. Emmons.
With partnership, it easily could. Councillor Malhap, I would suggest that probably because this is a budget, which is outside ICC's authority as a committee, they can't deal with budget. It would have to come to council for a budgetary decision. It fits within the existing agreement of a 50-50 cost share with the rec, which would be straight to council.
Supplementary.
Yes?
I'm really confused now because ICC needs to approve or give a recommendation rather, not approve, give a recommendation on all of the upcoming budgets for fire, the airport and rec in November of every year, no later than November of every year, preferably before. So I'm curious why this being a budgetary thing doesn't follow that same logic.
And historically, Councillor Malhap, it absolutely would. I would respectfully suggest that rafter repairs would fall under an emergent, which is why it was not previously identified in budget, but needs to be fixed right away. Therefore, is coming up mid-year.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed, you have a question?
Thank you, and my question is basically on the request here. Having read through, looks like a lot of technical information, and certainly it appears as though there are a number of areas that require repair. And I saw with the estimate that it wasn't exactly clear to me, at least on first read through, that where the engineering and consulting fees and mobilization fees ended and the actual repairs began. Am I confident in saying that this can be repaired for that $40,000 share? Or is that just the beginning of this project to stabilize this emergent repair?
Councillor, Mr. Emmons?
Based on my review and the request from the town of Rocky and the partnership that exists, it would be my interpretation of this that the $40,215.50 would be all in. That would be the sum total of the expected project.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I have a question for you too, Rick, because when I read through all that paperwork and stuff, there's somewhere in there, it said that there was, when is a more thorough inspection and structural analysis with design checks being done? And it said in there that needed to be done. And then at what cost is that gonna be? And we're a 50-50 partner in that, right? So when is that check gonna get done? Is it gonna get done before this 40,000 or after? Or should it be done right now? And, you know,
So
I'm confused.
my assumption, Deputy Reeves Cermak, because it is the town's facility, they are the owner, let alone managing partner. I would respectfully suggest this is an emergent repair. This would be done as soon as possible, if not happening as we're speaking, because it's an emergent repair. The recommendation for that larger, more in-depth report would come through either budget and then presented to ICC as per the process for that discussion and go from there. And then, of course, based on that report would be any recommendations for what is required for an older building.
Okay, so then that cost could really escalate quite a bit.
I would hesitate to
find something.
Yeah, respectfully, I'd hesitate to speculate on the condition of that building without the engineered report.
For sure. Thank you. Any other questions on the arena part? Councillor Radcliffe?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Is 15% contingency typical on work like this?
On a small, Mr. Emmons?
Thank you. With buildings, actually, I would suggest that's on the low side because there's so many anomalies, respectfully. With roads, you will see us typically hover around that roads and bridges, that 10% mark is normal, industry standard, so to speak. But buildings, there's a lot of anomalies and unforeseens that you could easily come across. So 15% is fairly conservative.
Oh, okay, all right, I have another question.
Yes, go ahead.
Just going through the last page here of the items, they all seem to be engineering. So, you know, a structural analysis, establishment of a utilization ratio, design of solutions, drawings of solutions. It would seem that there's a far larger component to this project of actually doing the restoration.
Mr. Emmons?
Absolutely. As in any repairs to bearing structures, trusses, floor joists, those are structural entities, quantities. There is a large liability, and the engineering always goes up when you're dealing with those type of components.
Yes, it seems though as though this amount only is on the engineering side. And so we'll be expecting another request for funding for the actual work.
Mr. Emmons?
The way,
do I misunderstand?
The way I read it, in their correspondence, as per Article 6, Section 6.5 of the Intermunicipal Recreation Agreement, we ask you to join in the 50-50 funding partnership for design and complete these necessary repairs in 2025. And in discussions with the town, it's my understanding that this is to complete the repairs. That is my understanding.
Okay, so this would be the only funding request to us from the town on this matter?
That is my understanding of the conversations that have happened in this correspondence.
Okay, all right.
I can absolutely get clarification, but that is my understanding.
Okay, all right. thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Daryl? Sorry,
As
Councillor
I
Lawley.
mentioned earlier, I share Councillor Ratcliffe's concern, because I'm looking at a roof restoration. These are all engineering costs. I see essentially $14,000 so they could identify the wood type on these trusses. So I don't see any itemization here that adds up to $80,000. It's $69,940 plus 15% contingency, I think I said somewhere. That sounds suspiciously like $80,000, but there's no repair. And if we look at the repair work that is being suggested for the curling rink, the arena has many more tension type wood braces and trusses and, that have indicated that they've failed here. So I would only assume that if it costs $350,000 to fix the curling rink, the arena could be more. So I know it has to be done. I know you have to do the engineering work. I'm not against that, but I don't think this is necessarily the whole picture when we say that it's going to be fixed for $80,000. I don't think it will. I think we're missing part of the picture here. We're getting the engineering work done. We're saying do that. Now let's start replacing tension elements in these trusses. That's just my read of it, and unless somebody can point out to me where the repairs are in this part, I'm missing it.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you. And the estimate provided is for both the engineering and the repair.
Yeah. So this will be brought back to a council meeting with more clarification and some of our questions brought up. And Councillor Melha?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. That was actually going to be my suggestion. This is supposed to be coming back as a actual agenda item at a future council meeting. My suggestion is that the town send a representative that actually is a subject matter expert, as this is their building. They are the managing partner. That they come and answer the questions, no different than what Clearwater County does when they are presenting a budget adjustment and or budget itself to the town when it comes to fire. As the managing partner, we ensure our subject matter experts are in those rooms. I would expect the same from our partner as the managing partner of recreation, that they have their subject matter experts in the room to answer our questions too.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Radcliffe?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve, Cermak. If this work is only 80,000, why wouldn't this be considered just maintenance? Building maintenance, it hardly is a capital item.
Mr. Emmons,
I'm not the accountant. I would suggest that the dollar value itself goes beyond a maintenance item. Saying that, from my novice opinion, because I am not an accountant, this is a repair. But the agreement does speak to us paying for operating and capital. This is, I would suggest respectfully, a surprise maintenance item. Probably does not fall in the capital world, but still falls under the not budgeted category to where we would be a 50% contributor.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Ms. Serhan, do you have something to add?
Sure, I can just speak to Clearwater County's accounting policy where a building structure spend over $50,000 would be considered a capital. So this would be over the $50,000 threshold. I'm not sure what the town's threshold is for their building structures, but that would be Clearwater County's.
Oh, okay, thank you. Councillor Lawley?
I'm certainly at peace to accept this correspondence for information because that's what we're asked to do today and look for a future agenda item when it comes to actual dollars that we need to do this. And I'll hold all my I told you so's until that time. And just wait. Thank you for bringing it forward.
So you've made a motion to
To
accept this
accept
for information?
correspondence for information.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor.
I can say all.
Say all the correspondence? No, we still have one more.
Sorry, I forgot. There is one more piece of correspondence, sorry.
Okay, we'll wait until we get the next one.
Withdraw a motion if I made it.
Are we all done with the Rocky Mountain House, the arena roof? We can move on to the next one? Okay, I guess now we need the letter from O'Cheese. I have not been privileged to see this letter. When did it come? Can we put it up on the screen? Councillor Melhoff.
Yeah, it was sent, I believe, last night, and was added to the public agenda this morning, and then it's also online now on our public agenda. It was added onto that. As Jana's bringing it up, of note, in the end of page 1, we are committed to take responsibility for the construction of the entire project, both on and off reserve. They're talking about that curve, the realignment. I'm just curious from administrative perspective if that then means that the motions made at the last meeting to fund part of that project are then not needed if they're taking commitment and responsibility for construction of the entire project, both on and off reserve. They go on to, again, formally request that the county go to the design phase of this project. And with that, I would like to make the motion that Clearwater County engage the procured engineers to design 423A, putting Clearwater County in a better position to apply for grants.
This before either.
Mr. Emmons? I'm in the dark here.
Deputy Reeve, we can do it a couple of different ways. I'd gladly read out the letter for council and the public, or we can take a quick 5-minute break, allow council to read the letter and get caught up and then re-engage.
Okay. Which would the council prefer? Read out aloud? Or a 5-minute break? You'd like a hard copy?
It's a 5-minute break.
So we'll take a break for 5 minutes. We are back. Thank you for the pause. We have received the letters and we have read them. And now we will proceed with what we're to do with this letter and what is happening. And I think Councillor Melhoff has a motion on the floor. Can we have that reread so that I understand it?
I emailed it to you as well. That we engage the procured engineer to design 42-5 alpha, putting Clearwater County in a better position to apply for grants.
Any?
He was first.
I'll go first then. That's great. I'd like to thank Councillor Melhoff for bringing this motion forward. I am encouraged by seeing Ochees First Nation moving forward in good faith, where they're essentially saying, to, how as I interpret, that they're going to go ahead with the bridge project and how it might impact Clearwater County on that first 400 meters. I think we can make a small gesture. We've already procured an engineer. We have some money that's no longer committed for that section of the road that could certainly advance this project and hopefully set us in better stead to get that magical third partner in place so that this road can go forward and we'll be ready. And that's why I'll support the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Just if memory serves, we had this discussion with our Public Works. And the two things that I recall out of that discussion were one, that there is a time limit, or there's a time window on some of the permits that would be required to take it to that phase. And considering the time that we've been looking for a third partner now, we would likely end up outside of that window of the time, the period that the approvals would be active before they timed out. So we would be at risk of wasting some of that funding. And also that, you know, having things at that stage of being able to pull the trigger on the project, it really isn't that significant typically in the grants that could be available. So unless I'm mistaken, that was the advice from our Public Works.
Is there any chance, Mr. Emmons, that we could have that verified, that that is the case? That there is a time limit?
That is the case. I would just offer up, council might want to look at making motions after administration brings back an agenda. It is my interpretation that this letter states that Ochees will be taking full responsibility of the entire project, both on and off reserve. They do talk about the design of realignment, but getting clarification on the construction. Without getting full clarification on their intent of this letter and bringing it back, motions might be premature. Just offering that up.
Councillor Lyon? Sorry, not Councillor Lyon, Councillor Northcott.
No, I just want to go back to the the beginning of the meeting and appreciate Councillor Melhoff bringing this to get this letter added to the agenda as item 8.3. However, at that time, I didn't know that there was going to be a motion that would financially commit Clearwater County coming from this letter as a motion. Now that it's on the agenda, a motion could be made. So I don't feel that I have sufficient time or background information to responsibly vote on this motion. So that's that statement. Secondly, I do have a question for administration. The previous financial, because there's excuse me, there's discussion about procured engineers and engaging engineers. I was just wondering, for the procured engineer, what was the financial commitment?
None.
Or thank you very much for that clarity.
Personally, for myself, I don't think I want to commit to any more money into this, and if that's a timeout until I get a good clarification of exactly what the OTs would like, I would have to vote against this motion. I think I need more information about this letter and what exactly it's saying. Any other questions? Councillor Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Or Deputy Reeve, sorry. When the OCHES was able to secure the funding for the bridge and road alignment, they only were able to receive the disaster mitigation funding because they were shovel ready. So when the funding became available, they were able to apply for that funding. Without a shovel-ready project, they were unable to do that. That's what secured them almost $13 million, was being actually ready to receive funding for a project. So I would argue that being shovel-ready and having a design fully ready to go is absolutely crucial for receiving grant dollars, which we've been asking the federal government for, but they don't actually have a design project to give money to. So getting to a design-ready stage would be extremely important. I actually don't know what other information that council needs in which to make this decision. We've had 5, 6, 7 agenda items on this. I honestly don't understand the information piece. It's a dangerous road. We have admitted to it being a dangerous road in letters to the federal government. It is now fully our responsibility to solve the fact that this road is dangerous. And the first step in doing so, in good faith with our First Nation partners, is designing the road. So that is why I have asked that we engage the procured engineers that we, through motion, procured at our last meeting. If we had zero intention of using those engineers, why did we procure them?
I believe that we procured them for the reasoning that the letter, or that the chiefs asked us to procure one for that. Councillor Lyon.
Thank you. And I will just say that sitting in council chair is always a learning process. And sometimes those learned things are reinforced by something that happened earlier in an agenda today. And we had a very important agenda item today came on. We had a province of Alberta representative here, and he said, you know, when you're looking for money, let's see the plan. That strikes very close in my mindset as what we need to have to move forward in good faith, and that is having a plan. We've taken partial steps towards that. We were anticipating having to participate in the funding of this small section of road for the alignment on a project that is probably going to go ahead before any possible Clearwater County involvement in the adjacent project, even if we're so lucky as to find this magical third partner. But having that plan there, I think that sets us that much closer to reaching that as a goal. This has been a long-term goal for not only this council, previous council. I mean, this money for this resource road has been in place for some time. And I don't think we're being good stewards to just hold it there indefinitely, waiting for a magic moment to move forward with this. This is the smallest step forward in good faith that I think we can possibly make. And that's why I'm still supportive of the motion. And I think as a council, we've had a lot of information about this project. It's been in every budget that we've done over the last 4 years. We've approved it in every budget. And we just are somewhat hesitant to take that leadership into the next step. And this, I think as far as budgets related, if we thought 450,000 was a sound investment in this project, probably a lesser amount to risk some engineering work or maybe some from environmental approvals that might have to be redone if the project gets drawn out too long. I think if I asked the question, I think we'd find we have many environmental approvals that are nearing their best before date, and we don't seem as concerned with those as we do on this particular one. So I'm a little puzzled on that, but I don't think that should hesitate us moving forward. We've got an engineer. We've kind of tied his hands and say, just wait over there until we call you. This is just the next small increment forward. And I think it is truly a measure of good faith, and that's why I'll keep supporting the motion, that is.
Councillor Miss Gibson?
How long does, if we get the engineer and he designed it, how long is that design basically alive?
Mr. Emmons?
Permits expire at different rates. So some are good for 1 year, some 2. You know, we do have a design. So to be shovel ready, we have the plan in place, we have the design. What we don't have is the permits, because that's the part that expires. It's estimated that the permit process would probably take about 8 months if we hit the go button right now to acquire the necessary permits. And then you would be looking at between 1 year and 1.5 years for them to expire. And then you would start over.
Can we get an extension on those permits, or do they not do that?
No.
And what do permits cost?
Between 150 and 200,000.
Okay. Yeah, I have some questions about the letter as well. It says about taking responsibility. It doesn't say full responsibility, it just says responsibility. So that's a question I have there. And then the last paragraph I also have questions about too, is like what the meeting would be about maintenance agreements. So those are my questions on the letter. So I'm not really comfortable yet saying yes to the motion.
Is Councillor Lougheed?
I'll take one more swing at this. As you may recall, we had, I think, an impactful meeting with Ochis a few months back. And one of the comments that from an elder there that has stuck in my heart for some time is that, well, you're only kicking at the sand at this. And I feel very strongly about this, and when you do feel strongly about doing the next good thing, sometimes you ask to stand up amongst others. So in this case, I will ask for a recorded vote.
Okay. Any other questions before we call them vote? Councillor Lougheed, or Councillor Northcott?
No, I've already made some comments earlier, but again, I don't think that this really is truly is fair to the residents of Clearwater County. This has only been on the agenda as the letter just since this morning, and now a motion that could have a magnitude of financial impacts. When I don't think it's fair to the residents of Clearwater County to at the last second here put this on the agenda like this.
Councillor Radcliffe?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Yes, if we're going to have a recorded vote, I believe I need to explain why I'm not going to support this motion. And that is that I need more information on the implication of this. Yeah, anyway, I will not motion at this time.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Having made the motion, I will obviously be supporting it, but I also feel that doing the appropriate engineering and the studies required also sets us up for which grants we need, because we can determine where those flaws in that road are. We are continually told that this road is not up to par. If we go forward and do a bunch of the studies that are required, we can probably determine where those flaws are and set us up for other grants. I believe we were told that it was built on sand and not on a good base. It's probably made its end of life several times over. We've been told several times that this road was not built to the same standard that the rest of our gravel roads have been built to, just by virtue of what it was built on top of. So if nothing else, we should be bringing this back up to a gravel road standard that is adequate. Even doing that is better than what we're doing right now, which is running a grader up and down a road constantly. But if we actually do the engineering and go through the studies that are required in which to complete the engineering, we can determine where these issues with this road are, and sets us up fully for all of these grants funding, all of the grant funding required. I find it interesting that we will argue over this road for 3 different council terms now. And yet we will pave roads with them just sitting in a budget in December, and not spend the amount of time that we've talked about this road for. I think we spent less time talking about the Caroline Ice Plant than we have on this road, and this road affects people's safety, and that is a luxury, and we had no problem saying, let's do it now, rather than even looking into it further. So I think it's important that we do this, and we've been talking about this, and we need to just put it into action. It's a safety problem at this point.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, and I seem like I'm speaking too much on this, but I'll do one more shot at it. Definitely, I think if we look at the overall project, that's including what is being done on the First Nation, we're looking at $40 million worth of safety brought to the community. This is truly about the safety of our community in large, of our business community, of those who live outside of our borders and those who live in. This is not committing us to the project. This is committing us to the next step that I think, although we've been successful on bringing a provincial partner into this arrangement, and it appears as though there's some movement from the First Nation to be even more actively involved in costs involved that are outside their jurisdiction. This is our first gesture that we are serious about this. And I think as good stewards, we take the next small step forward. It does not commit us to, we don't know the costs of the project, but we do know that it will have to be engineered. We do know that. No matter what, we get engineering work done on all of our projects ahead of sending out the RFP for it. That's just part of business. We do it on every other project, and I'm just a little puzzled, and maybe somebody can tell me why we're so hesitant to follow our own practices in this particular instance. This is what I've observed on almost every project that's come before council for a decision, is that there is background engineering work done that gets that out to the point of being able to either tender it or RFP it or go to the next step. And we're saying right now it's okay just to kick that down the road indefinitely, or I still see that picture of kicking the sand. I'm just a little puzzled, and if anybody can explain why this project is so much different than any other major project that Clearwater County does, I would be pleased to know that, but I'm still supportive of the motion.
Councillor Gibson?
I'm in agreement with Councillor Northcott that kind of blindsided us with the letter and then the motion. My question is if we go ahead and do this, the study that you're asking for, Councillor Melhoff, does that commit us to pavement or does that commit us to gravel?
Councillor Melhoff?
My motion commits us to engineering and designing 42-5 alpha. The way that my motion is written.
Any other questions? Mr. Emmons, can we go and get, with what studies we have done on this road, can we go ahead and get grants at what we've done so far or not?
Yes, we can.
So we don't really need this study to go ahead and apply for grants.
We have more than enough detail to apply for grants. What was being asked was the climate change, which is absolutely shovel-ready, and those permits are essential in proving the environmental aspect. There's a much higher probability of being successful in those grants when you're dealing with hydrology, definitely an easy link to make to climate change versus a road. So the probability of success dealing with a climate change grant on a road is far less than being successful on a bridge.
Okay, so we could still get the same amount of grants with or without that assessment.
We have preliminary design that we can absolutely apply for grants.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed.
And I agree with that. Past experience tells us we've been more successful with some grants than others. In this case, I believe if we have that detailed engineering, it sets us up at the absolute best possible way. Somebody isn't going to kick our application off to the side and to a different pile because we're missing, we're going from the sketch to that drawing stage, right? And, I'll just say it very frankly. I mean, we've had this strategy with this road for, I'm going to hesitate, but, more than 10 years. And it hasn't worked yet. We've got the province online. If we think we're going to get the federal government online, we've got to step up our game. I think we really do. And this is one way to step up our game and say we are serious on this. We are serious about working in good faith with, there is a close working relationship with the First Nation and the federal government. There isn't necessarily a good close working relationship with Clearwater County and the federal government or the province. The First Nation is the bridge in this, and we need to work with them in good faith to take it to the next step forward. And that's why, again, I'm still supporting this motion today.
Is there any other questions, or we will go to the vote? All those in favor of the motion on the floor? All those opposed to the motion on the floor? That motion is defeated. Councillor Radcliffe?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Chief Emmons, in this letter, they respectfully request that we approve the alignment design at the bridge. Have we reviewed that design, or do we have any input on that design that would give us concern for our portion of that realignment?
We have reviewed and we have no concerns, Councillor Ratcliffe. What I'm taking out of this is O'Cheese is requesting a formal motion by council. Administration approving this isn't satisfying. So they're looking for that, your level of commitment. Administratively, we've sat with their engineers, we've gone through their design, we've given them permission to come on to Clearwater County by the 400 meters they've requested, which was brought to council because it was subsequent to those conversations, result of those conversations, when actually the ask came forward that council dealt with last council meeting. So that would be part of the agenda coming back, actually, is addressing
Is that request?
that request, yes.
Not at this moment.
Wasn't my intent. This was simply correspondence. The intent was to introduce the correspondence and then bring back an agenda dealing with the details of this.
Okay. In that case, I will hold the motion to support that pending this appearing as a regular agenda item. Thank you.
So that's a motion to bring it back as a regular agenda item on a future. Yep, okay. Yep, for sure. Have you got the motion down?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Sir Mac,
Yes?
I believe Councillor Ratcliffe was not making a motion. Is that a cue?
But
Yeah.
as it is our standard practice to bring these items back, there's no need to make a motion at this time.
Yes, yes. Rick, I mean, Mr. Emmons, is that right? We need a motion to bring it back to a future council meeting
Administration's fine.
with more background information.
Deputy Cermak, with the correspondence, administration will bring it back with an agenda for council's future consideration.
Okay. So we need a motion to that or not? We're just gonna, it's just information on a letter, okay? So I guess we need a motion for all the letters that were presented for information. And Neil Radcliffe makes that motion. Any questions? I will bring the motion. All in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. We will bring that back as a... Thank you. And now we are into number 9, notices of motion. Is there any notice of motion? I believe there is not any. So now we need to go into closed session. I need
Motion to go into closed session.
okay, all in favor? Yes, we are out of closed session now. Thank you. Sorry for the delay. We are back into open session and we have a couple motions coming out of the closed session. One closed session motion. Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. I move that council approves the Nordegg lots at Elizabeth Avenue, Shale Court, and Limestone Way to be priced for sale as presented in closed session.
I would put this to a vote. All of those in favor? That is passed. And moving on, I guess the next one is number 11, which is adjournment. Councillor Northcott moves to adjourn. All in favor? Thank you for joining us for the meeting and have a great evening, everyone. Thank you.